I will get the live stream link. As usual, if you want to look back on any of these sessions, in case you miss anything, then you can go ahead and do that from the YouTube channel over here. So let's just get the YouTube channel and the link. There you go. Okay, and that's going to be over here. So like I said, go ahead and log into TryHackMe because we're going to be using TryHackMe in just a little bit. All right, so let's start. So what are we doing today? This is HackerFrogs After School, and we're doing network hacking session number 2. So this is a new course that we're going to be starting here. It's a new subject, and we're talking about networks, and we're talking about how to interact with networks, and eventually we're going to get to how to hack various services and various services that you can find on the network. So this is session number 2, and let's start. Jake Mr. Hack on YouTube says, hello, everybody. Hey, Jake Mr. Hack, nice to see you here. And you're just here in time for us to do our session on network hacking. So let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. MC25 says 7 minutes late. Am I 7 minutes late? I have to make sure that everybody's okay on the Zoom call. So what did we talk about last time? We talked a little bit about ping sweeping. So ping sweeping is basically figuring out which devices are live on a particular network, and this is something that we often do when we don't know exactly which IP addresses are available on a network. Oh, right. We used to do the countdown, yeah. I guess it's because we're doing the classes right now, so I just kind of jump in as soon as the class is ready. So the last time we talked about the ping command, and the ping command is a very common way we determine connectivity between two network devices. So if you ping out to a specific IP address, you'll be able to figure out if you can actually communicate with that device or not. And that's going to be whether or not you're going to be able to receive those ping packets back from the device you're communicating with. So that was the ping command, and we also looked up a couple of commands that we could use to find out if our device is online. So we could use the IPA command over here to figure out our networking information. And well, I'll just demonstrate over here. So if I type in IPA, IP space A, this is going to give us our networking devices over here. So we got the low device, the ETH0 device, the ETH1 device, and we also can see what our IP address is on each one of these devices. And this is important when we need to communicate with other devices. Sometimes we want them to communicate back to us, and sometimes we need to provide our IP address when we do that. Okay, so let's see. And I think, okay, so the last thing that we learned in the last session was we learned how to enumerate open ports with Nmap. Nmap is a very common network security tool that can be used to determine which networking ports and services are open on remote servers. Jake Mr. Hack says, what about Wireshark? We covered Wireshark in our forensics course, and the forensics course was maybe a couple of months ago. If you look back in the live stream archives, you should be able to find there were maybe 2 lessons that we did on Wireshark before. But yeah, Nmap, it's a very common tool that we can use to determine which networking ports are open on a remote server. So this session's topics, we're going to be talking about 3 common networking services and how to interact in a normal way using these services. So before we learn how to hack these services, we need to learn how to use them in a normal way. And we'll be talking about 3 different services today. We're going to be talking about the FTP service and the SMB service. And these are both file sharing services. So if you use the service, you can take a look at what files are online, and you can potentially download and upload files using these services. And the last service we're going to be taking a look at is the Telnet service. So the Telnet service is kind of an old service that was used to do remote login. Telnet isn't used anymore. There are a few different reasons for this, but we're going to be talking about these three services, and we're going to be working through a TryHackMe module to learn about these things. So this is the room over here. We've been using this room for quite a while now, and let me see if I can grab the link for this. So this is the link over here, and I'll just provide it to everybody in the chat. If you could log into TryHackMe and then go over to that link, that would be great. So after you've logged into TryHackMe and then you go over to this link, you're going to see this is a Christmas themed module over here. So TryHackMe does a Christmas event every year, and there's usually a lot of great stuff that comes out of these Christmas events. And in this particular room, we're going to be taking a look at task number 12 to do our first to learn about our first network service. So after you've logged in and after you've joined the room, there should, if you haven't used the room before, I guess I'll demonstrate what this looks like. Let me go ahead and reset myself. Whoops, no, not reset, but leave the room. Okay, and then I'll go back and then I'll demonstrate what it looks like when you come to this room fresh. So if you haven't used the room before, you're going to see this join room button over here. Until you click on this button, you're not going to be able to use the stuff in the room. So go ahead and click on that button. And I see some newcomers in the Zoom call, so I will paste in the link for the TryHackMe room that we're using. So just log into TryHackMe and then go over to this link. Okay, so after you've clicked on the green join room button, you want to go over to task number 12. And task number 12 is called Don't Be Selfish. Okay, so just go ahead and click on task number 12. GX00 says there's Zoom now too. Yeah, there's a Zoom now. I'm doing a Zoom call with some students, and we're learning over there as well. GX000, nice to see you here. And what do we need to do after we click on the task 12 header over here? So after you click on it, you're going to see this little Christmas tree, and you're going to see this green Start Machine button over on the left-hand side of the screen. Sorry, the right-hand side. Go ahead and click on that button. And then after you've clicked on the button, it'll turn gray, and you want to go up to the top of the web page. At the top of the web page, underneath the little cloud with the Santa hat, you're going to see this box over here labeled Start Attack Box. I want you to click on that because this is going to be the machine that you use to interact with the target machine. So there's going to be two machines you're starting up here. There's going to be the target machine, and it's going to be the information for this is going to be in the red header over here. And then there's going to be the attack box that we're using. And the attack box is basically a Linux machine with a bunch of security tools on it. So if you manage to start the machine in task number 12, and you've got this red banner over here, and you've managed to click on the Start Attack Box button underneath the cloud and Santa Claus hat icon, and you see the loading bar over here, let us know in the chat by typing in the stuff is loading, smiley face. So I just want to know that everybody's doing the same thing and at the same point in the lesson. So it's going to take another minute or so for everything to load up. Okay, so I see somebody with their hand up, and user AD. If you want to ask a question, just type it into the chat. The stuff is loading. Okay, I see somebody says that the stuff is loading. That's great. So if you've got a question, just type it in the chat, and I will I'll answer your question. Okay, so we're going to be covering three different networking services today, and the first one is going to be FTP. Let's talk a little bit about that before we move on. So as usual, if you're stuck somewhere and you need us to help you catch up, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to help you out as best we can. Okay, so the first service we're going to be looking at today is going to be the FTP service. So the FTP service stands for File Transfer Protocol, and it's usually going to be on TCP port number 21 or TCP port number 20. So when we talk about the ports, we basically mean which port on the computer that they have the service, and we'll be taking a look at that in just a little bit. So the main purpose of FTP is for file storage and transfer. It's a common networking service which allows users to upload and download files. So we can access the FTP service through the FTP client program, which can sometimes accept anonymous login. So let's go ahead and see what we can do with the FTP program over at TryHackMe. Okay, so over here, I think we can keep everything about the same size as this. So we're just going to click into the terminal, and then we're going to hit enter to dismiss this message over here. And then we're going to open up our own terminal. So to open up a terminal, there are three different shortcut buttons you can use. So there's this one over here, there's this one over here at the top of the screen, and there's this one over here on the right-hand side of the screen. So just click on one of those, and then the terminal is going to appear. So it's going to say root at some IP address like this. And what we want to do is we want to put in the target IP address in here. So we can actually, it's probably easier if we just take a look at the IP address here and then type it in ourselves. So take a look at this IP address. Your IP address is not going to be the same as mine. And then in your terminal, you're going to type in the IP address. So in this case, it's going to be 10.10.207. Whoops. Okay, 207.57. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick nmap scan for this IP address. So in front of the IP address here, you're going to type in the word nmap and then give a space. So just type in nmap and then space, and then the target IP address over here on the left-hand side of the screen. After you do that, you should see that it's reporting, it doesn't tell us about the FTP service. That's weird. Okay, so I want you to do the same command, but give this part as well. So -p21, and then the IP address. It says that the FTP service is closed. That's really weird. Am I looking at the right thing? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, everybody. We shouldn't be taking a look at the task number 12. We should be taking a look at task number 11. I'm really sorry about that. Okay. So, everybody, so go up to the top of the screen, and you want to terminate this this target machine. So under the target machine information, click on terminate, and then click on terminate machine again. And then what I want you to do is I want you to go down to task number 11 instead of task number 12. So this is task number 12, close this one, and then go over to task number 11, and then click on start machine. So sorry, under task number 11, click on start machine. It's going to take about a minute to load up. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Nixie CS, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so sorry everybody. So if you've got the if you terminated the machine on task number 12 and you've got the machine starting up on task number 11, and you'll know that it's starting up when it says target IP address shown in, I don't know, 30 seconds or so, let us know by typing in it's task 11, smiley face. Sorry about that, everybody. So it's a good thing we checked that it was that the for the open port on task number 11, because otherwise we would have had a very, very bad time. Jake Mr. Hack says, I'm not seeing Burp Suite now in TryHackMe. Is it not in TryHackMe? I mean, there's Burp Suite here on the attack box. But there should be some Burp Suite modules on TryHackMe if you search for them. Okay, so we have the new IP address. So we're gonna do the same thing. Wow, Theo is raiding with the party of 23 on Twitch. Thank you very much for the raid, Theo. Riffraff inbound. Yeah, so we're just doing a little lesson on how to learn about some networking services. So this is the link that we're doing. John 2.0 says Theo loves NeoVim. Of course, Theo loves NeoVim. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's type in the new IP address and then let's do our nmap scan. So this is task number 11. Start up the machine. Okay, so I need to change my IP address. The IP address is now 103.207. So whatever IP address is here, you want to use nmap with that command. So the command is just going to look like this. Let me go ahead and copy that into chat. The only difference is you have to sub in your own IP address for the IP address I have over here. So when we run the scan, we're going to see that there are two ports open according to nmap. So nmap says on this IP address, we've got 21, which is FTP, and 22, which is SSH. John 2.0 says, my IP is 127.0.0.1. I think mine is too, coincidentally enough. Okay, so now that we know that FTP is running on this particular IP address, we can actually access the FTP service. So you can do up and down in your terminal to get your history, the history of the different commands you did. So just push up and down arrow keys on your keyboard, and you should be able to do that. So what you want to do is you want to get the nmap command from earlier, but you want to delete nmap and then type in FTP. So after that, GX00 says there's no place like 127.0.0.1. Okay, so everybody go ahead and try logging into FTP. So FTP space and then the IP address. So for the name, we're going to try to log in anonymously. So we're going to type in the name anonymous, just like this. And if you don't know how to spell anonymous, I'll go ahead and copy it over to the chat. That's how you spell anonymous. Betheo says, lurking, got a raid and run. See you later, Betheo, and thank you very much for the raid, and welcome raiders. Okay, so let's type in anonymous, and then after that, you'll be logged in, and you'll see this FTP prompt over here. If you type ls, you should see that we've got these directories over here. So backups, elf workshops, human resources, public. So if you manage to successfully log in to FTP here, let us know in the chat by typing in FTP login, smiley face. And if you're having trouble, let us know where you're stuck and we'll try to help you get unstuck. Sigma says FTP login, great. So remember, we had to shut down the task 12 machine and we had to start up the task 11 machine. So we're doing task number 11, and if the machine is started, you should see the start machine button under task 11 is grayed out. Okay, and so we use FTP to access this the share over here, and there's a bunch of directories in here. So there's going to be backups, there's going to be elf workshops, there's going to be human resources, and there's going to be public. So the commands that we use inside of FTP, they're very similar to using Linux. So you can use the ls command to get the contents of the directory, and you can use the cd command to move to a different directory. So if we want to enter the public directory, what command would we use to enter that directory if we're using Linux? And I guess if we were using FTP too. So just a little quiz. We would use a specific command to change the directory. So the hint is change directory. Okay, so Sigma says it's cd. It is cd. Yeah. So to enter the public directory, we just need to type in cd space public, and then we change our directory. I think I can make the web page over here a little smaller, and I can make my terminal a little bigger so that it's easier to see. Okay, that's a little bigger. Whoops. GX00 says, I prefer DVDs. Of course you prefer DVDs. Okay, so we're now in the public directory. We type in cd space public, we hit enter, and now we're in the public directory. I think we can get the current directory with the pwd command. And it says public is the current directory. So after that, we can type ls again, and that's going to give us the contents of the directory here. So we've got two files. So the two files are backup.sh and shopping list. So inside of FTP, there are a few different common commands that we can use. And Jake Mr. Hack says get. Yeah, so let me talk a little bit about FTP and the different commands you can use. So we've got a list of common FTP commands over here. So we've got the ls command, which does to list out the directory contents. We can use the cd command, and then that's going to change the directory to the directory name that we specify. We can get a file name, which is going to download the file, and we can put a file name, which is going to upload the file. And we can quit or exit, which is going to let us exit the program. Let's see, Jake Mr. Hack says, how do we use put? Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. GroudXT says, hello GroudXT, nice to see you here. We're just talking about how to use basic FTP commands. So let's go back to TryHackMe here. So we can download some files now. So we've got the two files here. We've got backup.sh, we've got shoppinglist.txt. So to download the file, all we need to do is just type the word get and then space and then the file name. So for example, we can get backup.sh, and that's going to download the backup.sh file. So while we're here, we're also going to download the shoppinglist.txt file. So it's going to be get space shoppinglist.txt, and that's also going to download that file. Okay, so after we're done, we can quit out of the program, and we can type quit or exit and then enter, and that's going to exit us from the FTP server. And you're going to see the prompt color change over here, and that's how you know that you're logged out. Okay, so now we see that we've downloaded these two files, shoppinglist.txt and backup.sh. So we can read these files to see what's inside the files. So we're just going to use the cat command, cat space backup.sh. So we're going to see that this is a file, and in the comments over here it says created by Elf McEager to back up all of Santa's goodies. And it says over here it's going to create backups to include the date. It's going to back up the FTP server and store it in Elf McEager's home directory over here. And they're going to, yeah, so this is basically the a script that's going to back up the files on the computer here. So the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this shoppinglist.txt file. So we're going to see what's on the shopping list. So just cat space shoppinglist.txt. And it says here that this is the Polar Express movie. GretXT says, I've been bamboozled in FTP CTF challenges with the ls command. Usually I do ls LAHR to show hidden files, but didn't because I thought FTP was different. Yeah, the command switches work in FTP as well, so you have to be careful to look for hidden files when you're doing CTF challenges. Okay, so we got the Polar Express movie. So I think we can answer some of the questions in this task to finish off this exercise here. So let's go ahead and answer the questions under task number 11. So yeah, task 11, we can skip down past all the stuff. If you're interested in learning more about FTP, you can always read all of the material over here. It's all very good. But we've got kind of a time constraint today, so we're just going to skip down to the questions. Okay, so it says, name the directory on the FTP server that has data accessible by the anonymous user. Okay, so we entered a directory when we used the FTP service. And does anybody remember the name of that directory? We did cd space some directory name. So if your answer is public, that was the name of the directory we entered. So go ahead and type in public, click on submit, and that's the correct answer. And question number 2, what script gets executed within this directory? So there was a script that we downloaded, and this is the name of the script over here. It's called backup.sh. So we can provide that answer for the second question. Backup.sh, submit that. And we're going to do this last question here. Question number 3, what movie did Santa have on his Christmas shopping list? So if you know what the name of the movie is, let us know in the chat. It's a Christmas movie. That's the hint. And the answer is the Polar Express. So that's the name of the movie on the shopping list. When we read the shoppinglist.txt file, we found that. Okay, Sigma, you're correct. It was the Polar Express. Let's go ahead and submit that. Okay, great. All right, so we've got a couple more services that we're going to be talking about today. So we're just going to skip past to task number 12. So everybody, what I want you to do is I want you to go up to the top of the web page. And in the top of the web page, you're going to click on the terminate button over here because we're no longer going to be using this this target machine. So click on terminate and then click on the red terminate machine button again. So after you've done that, I want you to go over to task number 12. So task number 11, you can just click on this again to close it. And then we're going to click on the task number 12 header. So it says, don't be selfish. So now we're doing task number 12. So go ahead and click on the green Start Machine button under task number 12. And it should be starting up in about a minute. What we want to do is we want to go up to the top of the web page, and it should say something like shown in 1 minute or 50 seconds or something like that. And we're just waiting for the task number 12 machine to start up. So everybody, if you're waiting for this to start up, let us know in the chat by typing in task 12 start, smiley face, like this. So we were just using the FTP service to download files from a server. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to use the SMB service. It's a slightly different service, but it's also a file. It's also a service that's used for uploading and downloading files. So let's talk about this for just a second before we get underway. So that was FTP. The next thing we're talking about is the SMB service. So Whenever we talk about these computer services, we're always talking about these acronyms: SMB, FTP, and SSH, all sorts of other fun stuff. Eventually, you'll learn to understand what these acronyms stand for. So the SMB service, this stands for Server Message Block. So this is the name of the service. It's commonly found on port TCP 445 and 139. And the main purpose for this service is to do file sharing and printer sharing. So the SMB service is a file and printer sharing service that is most commonly associated with the Windows OS. So one thing about SMB is that it's heavily associated with Windows, but Linux machines can also run SMB. So accessing SMB. On Linux, we can access SMB shares through the SMB client program. And before we do this, what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that we can access this IP address. So there's 10. So for me, it's 10.10.71.7. Whatever IP address is here now, I want you to I want you to type in nmap space and then the IP address over here. So 10.10.71.7. It's probably going to be a different IP address for you. Okay, Xmetrics. Nice to see you here. Theo Raid. Well, Theo raided a little while ago. Okay, so what did we find on using the Nmap program? So the Nmap program told us which ports are open, and in this case, we've got port 22, we've got 139, and we've got 445. So these two ports here are associated with the SMB service. Okay. Nice to see you here, Xmetrics. Thank you. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out which file shares are available on the SMB service. And when we connect to SMB, we have to specify the file share that we want to connect to. And this is a name. We have to use another program to do that. And the other program that we're going to use is called enum for Linux. And this is going to get us some information about the SMB service on a remote server. So let's go ahead and go back to TryHackMe. So in TryHackMe here, we're going to use the up arrow key to get the previous command, but we're going to replace the nmap with another command. So nmap, we're going to replace this with enum for Linux, which is spelled like this. And we're also going to give another switch over here to indicate that we want to get the file share names. So this is what the command is going to look like. Let me copy this. I'll paste in the chat. So this is the command you do, except for the fact that you need to replace the IP address here with the IP address that is located over here in the target IP address. So it's got to match. Okay, so when we run this command, there's going to be a bunch of output here, but most importantly, we get the name of a file share that we can access. So over here, this is 10.10.71.7. It's going to be different for you, but the end of the file share is called tbfc-santa. So what I want you to do is I want you to copy that. So copy that, and then, well, we're going to clear the screen. We're going to paste in. So right-click, paste, and then what we're going to do is we're going to use a special program to access the file share, and that program is called SMB Client. So the command looks like this, and I'm pretty sure the command looks like this. Let me check. Okay. Yeah, that is what the command looks like. So I'll just paste this command into the chat. But just keep in mind that you have to replace the IP address with your own IP address. Yeah, it looks like that. Okay. So, all right. So give the command. And when it says password for workgroup, just hit enter and it'll log you in to the SMB service. Forward slashes, not backslashes. Well, we do exactly what we see from the enum for Linux command. Okay, so once we're in SMB, we can type in the dir command to get the directory list. So dir stands for directory list, and we should see two files over here. If you manage to successfully log in to SMB with the SMB client program, and you see these two directories and files here, let us know in the chat by typing in SMB in smiley face. And as usual, if you're having trouble accessing the program, let us know and we'll try to help you out. Just let us know where you're stuck and we'll try to get you to where we are right now. But in the meantime, let's talk about these SMB commands that we can do. So the SMB commands, when we're using this program, they're very similar to the FTP commands. We can use the dir command to get the directory contents. We can use the cd command to change directories. We can use the get command to download files, and we can use the put command to upload files. And we can exit or quit to exit the program. Thank you very much, Xmetric, for lurking. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, not here, but here. All right. Okay, everybody, we've got an ad running on Twitch, so we need to run one on YouTube as well. And we're just going to take a little 1 minute break to have a little bit of water. So if you want to have a little bit of water or have a stretch, now's the time to do so because we're waiting for the ads to run out on Twitch and YouTube. But in the meantime, why don't you watch these birds? I love my bird videos, and this is one of my favorites. Hold on. Okay. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Enjoy the birds, and yeah, have a little break. Okay, so Jake Mr. Hack says every SMB has a default user for the administrator. SMB, the users for SMB are basically whatever users are on the underlying system. So if the underlying system is Linux, then it's going to have Linux usernames, and if it's Windows, then it's going to have Windows usernames. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's continue. All right, so what's going on here? So we see here after we log into the SMB service, there's going to be a file here called note from Mixkitty. So what we want to do is we want to download this. So using SMB, we can just type in get and then space and then the name of the file. If you don't feel like typing out this file name, you can just copy it and paste instead. So just right click on it, select copy, and then right click, select paste, and then that'll get you there. So after that, you can hit enter, and that's going to download the file. So after you've downloaded the file, we can get out of the SMB program by typing in the word exit and then hit enter. Okay. So from here, we see that there's a note from mcskitty.txt in our directory now. So we can actually read the file by typing in cat and then space and then note from mcskitty. Remember, you can always use the tab button on your keyboard to autocomplete the name of a really long file, and that's going to save you a lot of time typing. So use the cat command here, and it says, "Hi Santa, I decided to put all of your favorite jingles onto this share, all owing you, all what? Allowing you to access it from anywhere you like. Regards, Elf McSkitty." Okay, so after that, we can answer the questions for this particular task. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to go down to task number 12, and this section over here talks about the SMB service. So if you want to read all about the SMB service, you can go ahead and read this stuff over here. It talks about a bunch of different commands we can do with SMB as well, but we're just going to answer the questions here. Okay, so question 1, using enum for Linux, how many users are there on the Samba server? Okay. So we can run enum for Linux on the server. I think we did that over here. So enum for Linux, I think you can, instead of s, you can use u just to get the usernames. So let's try that. Okay, so I think we got three accounts over here. So there's Elf McSkitty, Elf McEager, and Elf McElferson. So those are the 3 users. Okay, so we just type in 3. And the next question is, how many shares are there on the Samba server? So on the Samba server here, I think we can use the enum for Linux command again. So instead of u, we do -s. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 shares on here. So we're just going to supply 4 as the answer, submit. Oh, is that not right? No, it is right. Okay, great. Okay. Number 3, use SMB client to try to log into the shares on the Samba server. What share doesn't require a password? So this is the share that we accessed that didn't require the password. So tbfc-santa. So just type in tbfc-santa, click on submit. And we've got one last question here, question number 4. So we log into the share. What directory did Elf McSkitty leave for Santa? So there was a directory, and I think, hold on, let's go ahead and log in there and take a look at the name of the share one more time. So SMB client, we can use this command. And then when we do dir, we can see that there's one directory here. And we know it's a directory because it's got the letter D here. And the directory name is jingle-tunes. So that's the answer. So just type in jingle-tunes and then click on submit. Okay, that was the correct answer. Great. Okay. So everybody, if you managed to answer all of the questions here and complete task number 12, let us know in the chat by typing in task 12 done. Smiley face. Okay, task 12 done. Great. Nice to see, nice to see. Okay, let's do one last task before we finish up with today's lesson, okay? So we're going to go up to the top of the web page, and at the very top, we're going to terminate the machine. So once again, click on the red terminate button and click on it again. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over to task number 15. So the last one is task 15. So click on task number 15 here. So it's called Coal for Christmas. It's task 15. Click on that, and then click on the Start Machine button. So this is going to start up the machine for this task here. Okay. So remember, if you've got a lot of stuff on your screen, you can always type in the word clear and then hit enter, and it's going to get rid of the stuff on the screen, and it's going to send you back up to the top. So we also need to go up to the top again. So over here, we need to pay attention to the IP address for the target machine, because the IP address is going to be different again because we started up a new machine. Before we do this, let's talk about the next service we're going to be using. So this is the Telnet service. So Telnet service is task number 15. So Telnet stands for Telecommunications Network, and the main purpose for the Telnet service is to do remote login. So when we say remote login, it means logging into a computer that is not your own computer. So Telnet is a service that allows a remote terminal login and is the predecessor of the SSH service. So modern systems use the SSH service to do remote login, but a long time ago they used to use the Telnet service a lot. And the Telnet service is usually located on port number 23 on a network, on a remote server network. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about this. So we can access the Telnet service through the Telnet client program. So just type in Telnet and then the IP address. So let's go back to TryHackMe here. We've got our IP address here. Hack the Planet says, I'm so old, I lived a long time ago. Are you trying to tell us that you used Telnet before? I never used Telnet because I wasn't using computers back then. But a lot of people, they remember using Telnet. Okay, so what can we do? So the first thing we can do is we can use Nmap to scan the machine to make sure that the Telnet port is open. So just type in Nmap and then space, and then the new IP address over here. So for me, it's going to be 10.10.142.59. Okay, and it tells us that Telnet is open. The Telnet port is open on the server, and that means that we can use the Telnet program to access it. In the 90s, all the time we used Telnet, and we used it to connect to MUDs and MOOs and mushes and MIRC. Those are some really old technologies, yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll bring up the previous command, the Nmap one, but we're going to replace the word Nmap with Telnet so they can access Telnet. So delete Nmap, type in Telnet, and this is going to be the command. So it's just, need to spell that correctly. So it's just going to look like this. The only difference is that you need to make sure to replace my IP address with the IP address for your machine. Okay, so let's give the command, and we get this little banner over here. So when we try logging in, it says, "Hi Santa. We knew you were coming and we wanted to make it easy for you to drop off presents, so we created an account for you to use." So the username is going to be Santa and the password is going to be Claus Christmas. It says, "We left you cookies and milk. We got our Christmas login." Okay, that's great. So we can use the credentials here to log in. So just type in Santa, hit enter. And for the password, we can actually copy this. So just mouse over it, highlight it, and then select copy, and then we can paste the password in. So when you enter a password in Linux, you're not going to see anything appear, but just paste it in and then hit enter, and you should be logged in. Okay, so everybody, if you manage to log in using Telnet and you see the Christmas tree here, let everybody in chat know by typing in it's Christmas again, smiley face. Mr. Poolshot says, used it and built it too for servers. Are you talking about Telnet or are you talking about some other service? But welcome to the stream, Mr. Poolshot. Okay, so what can we do after we're logged in? Well, let's talk about Telnet for a little bit first. So common Telnet commands. So the thing about Telnet is that Telnet, it's different depending on what Telnet server you log into. Typical Telnet access provides terminal access to the server, and you use the terminal commands associated with the server's OS, that is Linux on Linux machines, Windows on Windows machines, when using the Telnet client. So if you Telnet into a Linux machine, then you have to use Linux commands. If you Telnet into a Windows machine, you have to use Windows commands. And let's go ahead and use some Linux commands. Hold on, over here. Okay. So one thing that is going to make it easier for us is if we type in the word bash, it's going to give us a better terminal. Because the terminal they give us by default is going to be the sh terminal, which is not very good. So type in the word bash, hit enter, and then let's see, we can clear the screen. We can take a look at the files in here. So there's a christmas.sh and there's a cookies and milk file. And what we can do is we can run this file over here. Actually, first we'll read the file. So christmas.sh, let's try reading the file. So just type in cat and then christmas.sh. So hit enter. And you're going to see there's a script over here. So the script is going to do some fun stuff. We'll see in just a little bit. What I want you to do is I want you to run this christmas.sh file. So you can run the christmas.sh file by typing in the following command. So it's going to be /christmas.sh. So it looks just like this. I'll leave it in the chat. Okay, and then when we run this command, we're gonna get this this fun little animation over here. So it's a Christmas tree. It's got a bunch of lights, and I guess they're twinkling. And so this is great. We can actually get out of here by doing the Control C keyboard shortcut. So hold down the Control and the C buttons on your keyboard at the same time, and that's going to exit the program. Okay, and the other thing we can do is we can read the cookies and milk file over here. So we just need to type in cat and then cookies and milk.txt. When we read the file, we see there's a bunch of stuff in here, but there's also a note. So this is Christmas storyline, and it says, "Haha, too bad, Santa. I, the Grinch, got here before you did. I helped myself to some of the goodies here, but you can still enjoy some half-eaten cookies in this leftover milk. Why don't you try and refill it yourself? Yours truly, the Grinch." So we managed to log in using the Telnet program, and then we managed to read these files, and well, that's what we did today. I wanted to introduce a few different networking services today because when you're doing some network hacking, you might come across these services, and they're pretty common. FTP and SMB, not so much Telnet, but you're definitely going to see SMB and FTP on a lot of different challenges today. Sorry, not today, but in the future. Okay, so before we finish today, let's talk a little bit about what we learned. Let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So we learned about the FTP service. That stands for File Transfer Protocol. And the FTP service is a common networking service that allows users to upload and download files. So it's usually found on networking port number 21. And if you do your Nmap scan and there's an FTP service, it's usually going to be on port number 21. So we took a look at the SMB service, and SMB stands for Server Message Block. You're usually going to find it on port number 445 or port number 139 when you do your Nmap scan. The SMB service is a file and printer sharing service that is most commonly associated with the Windows OS. And the last thing we took a look at was the Telnet service. So Telnet is a service that allows remote terminal login, and it is the predecessor to the SSH service. So you're usually not going to see the Telnet service too often because it's really old and it's been replaced by the SSH program for the most part. But when you find it, you'll usually find it on port number 23 when you do your Nmap scan. So what are we going to be doing next time? So in the next HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Workshop, we're going to be learning how to perform web app enumeration with a bunch of different tools. So we're going to be taking a look at what happens if we need to scan against a web application when we find it on a remote server. So please look forward to that. And we're going to be moving on to the next part of today's stream. But before we do that, I need to take a few minutes and close out the class with the students over on Zoom. So what are we doing next? So today, on Friday, topic number 2, we're going to be taking a look at cybersecurity certifications. That's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so please stay tuned for that. We'll be back in just a minute. Just have to take a break and finish up the class with the Zoom students. So enjoy the Be Right Back screen and enjoy the music. See you in a few minutes. Okay, everybody. Thank you very much for waiting. And now we're going to be starting into our second part of today's stream. This might take a little while. We're going to be talking about some cybersecurity certifications. Everybody likes to talk about these certifications. I'm not a person who is personally invested in getting certifications for gainful employment, but I do understand that a lot of people are. So we'll try to take a look at these certifications and compare them against each other and figure out which are good. First of all, for getting past the interview process when you're trying to get a job in cybersecurity, and which are good for general knowledge and what is going to basically be a good indication that you know how to do your role in cybersecurity. But before we do that, let me go ahead and change out the music because we like to have a certain atmosphere going on over here. So let's do some moody space music. Okay, so before we get underway, let's talk about, let's catch up with chat. GredXT says, you'll see it horribly insecure. You see it on horribly insecure IoT devices left on from development. Are you talking about Telnet? I think you might be talking about Telnet there, GredXT. Null6 says DJ Shy Hat. Well, I tried to keep the music going here because, you know, just my voice, I get a little bit self-conscious. Anyways, Mr. Poolshot says, you might want to mention that FTP and Telnet use clear text passwords, unlike SSH, and it can be sniffed over the network. That is true. That is true. So FTP, the regular FTP can be sniffed over the network. So if somebody's intercepting those packets, they'll be able to see your clear text passwords and usernames, as well as every other command that you're running over FTP, and Telnet as well. So one of the reasons that we don't use Telnet anymore is because everything in Telnet is not encrypted, and because it's not encrypted, people who are recording the network traffic, they can get all the activities that we're doing over the Telnet sessions, including the passwords and the usernames. Okay, so I made a list. Of a bunch of different certifications, and we're going to be taking a look at that list. So let me see if I can pull it up. So this is going to be part of our Hacker Media, and we've got our certifications over here. So if you want to take a look at the document that we're looking at here, this is the link. So we've got a bunch of different certifications. I couldn't possibly list all of the certifications that they use for cybersecurity because the list is too long, but we will be taking a look. We'll be taking a look at some of the more popular ones. Sigma asks, when is the Shy Hat certification coming out? I'm not a person who... Oh, you know what? Maybe in a few years. Maybe in a few years we'll do this the Shy Hat certification, and it'll be... If you have the Shy Hat certification, then you've got basic knowledge about a bunch of different topics. How about that? Okay, so we've got some pretty popular certifications. I guess from OffSec, there's the OSCP, which is basically the 500-pound gorilla in the room. Everybody's looking for this when they're doing their hiring stuff. TryHackMe has come out with a couple of certificates as well. There's the SAL1 and the PT1. SAL1 is for, let's see, SOC analysts, and PT1 is for pen testers. And Hack the Box, I didn't know that Hack the Box had so many certifications already, but they've got a bunch of different ones for pen testing and for bug bounty and for blue team stuff as well. So CompTIA has, I think CompTIA has the CEH, and the CEH is kind of an infamous one. We might talk about that today as well. So we got INE Security, we got Portswigger. I think if you're actually looking to get hired as a web app security tester, this is the only certification you need. Well, but the only problem is, to get the certification, the Burp Suite Certified Practitioner, you need to have a professional license for Burp Suite, which is like $400 right now, and it's kind of a tall ask. There's another, so TCM Security is another very popular company that does certifications, and I think their certifications are becoming more and more popular in the hiring aspect, but I'm not completely sure. Anyways, so let's let's go ahead and we'll do these certifications one by one. We'll try to figure out a few different things about the certifications. So let me go down to the bottom here. So what kind of criteria are we going to take a look at these certifications? So the first thing we're going to take a look at is the job role. So I guess job role. So that would be the job role that the certification is aimed at. And the next thing we can take a look at is the price of the certification and the course that's associated with it. And what else can we take a look at? So the job role, the price, how much does this get you? Does this get you in an interview? That's another question that we're going to answer. And I guess I'm not too sure if... So the job role, the price, does this get you an interview? And I guess another thing we can do is we can provide a link. We can provide a link or URL that leads to information about this certification. So we'll answer these four questions. Okay, so the first one we're going to be taking a look at is let's take a look at the one that everybody's interested in the most, which is the OSCP. So the OSCP, Jim Liverly? Let us know how to pronounce that name. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. And you know what? We haven't done our redeems. So let's redeem Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
So let's just type in OSCP and see what comes up. So OSCP, earn the OSCP. Okay. So trying to become OSCP Plus certified, I guess we need to call this OSCP Plus because that's the name of the certification now. So this is going to be, well, I guess another thing we need to include is the name of the certification. Actually, wait. We'll just call this OSCP Plus, and the URL for this, I guess we'll provide this link here. Oh, that's a really long link. Oh well, I guess it's a really long link. Little Programmer 124 says, hello, nice to see you here, Little Programmer 124. We're talking about cybersecurity certifications. So the job role. So what job role does the OSCP encompass? So the job role is like penetration testers, and what else? Who else benefits from this? Red teamers. Okay, and the price. How much does it cost to get this certification? So I think it's pretty darn expensive. So it says course and cert exam bundle. So it's going to be $1,749. And I think, well, the problem with the, I think the OSCP Plus is something that you have to renew. And I'm not too sure how often it expires. So if you know, Little Programmer 124 says, I'm a beginner in cybersecurity. I want to get the CompTIA Security Plus for my first certification. Delete everything after Pen 200. It's just tracking stuff. Oh, okay. Let me do that then. So Pen 200. Hold on. Yeah, we can delete all this. I'm surprised I have that much tracking stuff associated with my session. I guess I shouldn't be. So that's going to be 1,750, and I think we need to renew the certification every once in a while. I'm pretty sure at 1,750, this is going to be one of the more expensive certifications to get. And I think it used to be more expensive, didn't it? everybody, if you know the previous price of the OSCP certification, let us know, because I remember the price being more expensive than this for some reason. So does this get you an interview? Yes, it does get you an interview. OSCP is pretty much the most prestigious certification still, as far as I know. And if you have OSCP and you're applying to a job as a penetration tester or a red teamer, then they will, well, it's more likely to get you an interview. OSCP by itself probably isn't going to make you qualified for the job, but it is an indication that you know some stuff. I guess the other thing we can try to comment on, well, I guess other comments. Other comments. So OSCP by itself doesn't make you qualified to do a pen testing job, but it gets you, I want to say, halfway there. Little Programmer 124 says there are more expensive certifications. I believe you. There's stuff from, oh, what is it called? So I think it's called the G-Pen certification. The GIAC pen tester. So G-Pen, yeah. So this is from which company is this from for the G-Pen? All right, so this is from the SANS Institute. So let's see. G-Pen certification. So if we look up the cost, oh, you know what? It's about the same. It's about $100. I kind of expected this to be like something like $3,000. But yeah. So the G-Pen certification, we might talk about this later if we get around to it, if we've got time. But let's go back to OSCP. So other comments, OSCP by itself doesn't make you qualified to do a pen testing job. It gets you about halfway there. And the next certification we're going to talk about, I guess we can talk about the pen tester related certifications first. And in that case, maybe we should talk about something like the Hack the Box one. So the Hack the Box one is, what is it called again? It's called Certified something something. CNPT. And I think that stands for, what does it stand for? Certified Penetration Testing Specialist. Let me copy that. Okay, and let's get the information about that one. So Hack the Box CNPT. And this is the URL over here. So the reason why we're talking about this red team stuff is that a lot of the people in the community here, they're more involved in offensive security versus defensive security. Not that defensive security isn't completely necessary, but it kind of skews that way in this community. So the job role for this one is going to be pen testers and red teamers. So how much is the price of this one? Let's see. CPTS is nullsec. Yep. And Sigma says, so basically I should get every cert on the list. I'm getting my credit card. You know what? I would say don't get every cert on this list. Don't get every cert on this list. It's a lot. It's a lot. Neem says, the shy. Hello, Neems. Nice to see you here. And we're just talking about certifications because, well, people talk about certifications all the time in this industry. Let's take a look at this one over here. So this is CPTS. This is, I've heard that this is better. This is better than the OSCP. It's also more difficult than the OSCP. Those are the two things I've heard about this certification, and I've heard very good things. So it says target audience, junior penetration testers, security analysts, vulnerability analysts, incident handlers, IT security personnel. But it's basically aimed at people who are doing offensive security. Okay, so let's see. I guess we need to figure out how much this costs. So I think it's going to be on the next page. No? Hold on. Okay, let me just look this up. So hack the box, CPTS cost $250. Is it $250? That seems a bit low. But yeah, the cost of the HDB certified penetration testing specialist certification is about $490. So the exam voucher is $210. The certification is, well, with the student email, okay. So if you're doing, well, according to the AI, it says it's going to be $490. So I guess we'll just list it as $490 here. But the thing about, let's see, so it's $490. Does this get you an interview? The other question is, how often do we see this when you're trying to apply for a job? And I was thinking that I could go to the Indeed website and then start looking for the names of these certifications in the list. The problem is that it's going to take a long time to search through all of the job listings there. I was wondering if there was an aggregate site where I could just search up how many times this certification name shows up in the requirements. I guess I'm not too sure how to do that. If you know how to do that, how to look up how often these kind of certification names show up in the lists, let us know in the chat. I'm curious to know if there's an easy way to do it. But what are we talking about here? So does this get you an interview? Right now I'm going to say no. Nullsec says CPTS, let's see, 210. Okay. So which certifications do you have? I'm not a certification person, but I did take the OSCP course, and I took the exam. I didn't pass. I do have the EJPT, which is a much easier certification to get. And yeah, I guess I'm a little bit of sour grapes because I didn't get myself my OSCP, but I think experience and connections are much more important skills for getting a job in cybersecurity than certifications. But everybody keeps talking about certifications anyways. GradXT says, if the listing is even indexed by Google. So, okay. So does this get you an interview? I think this is going to become more and more... So my opinion is it will be mentioned more and more in job listings in the future. So this is just kind of a guess. Okay, so the next one we can take a look at is the one from TryHackMe. So TryHackMe has a new certification out now, and it's called the CEL 1. No, it's called the PT 1. So junior pen tester PT 1 certification. Okay, so they've got a bunch of information about it over here. And it says it's $349. Okay, let me copy that price when we're talking about this. So let's see. So this is going to be the junior. So it's going to be TryHackMe. PT1, and that stands for junior. Okay, so the URL that we got this from is over here. So the job role is the same job role that we've been talking about all this time. So it's going to be pen testers and red teamers. Okay, so does this get you an interview? Right now it does not. No. So I guess we should also talk about what is covered in here. I haven't really taken a look at what is covered in the course. So let's see, topics covered: reconnaissance and enumeration, web app testing, network testing, Active Directory testing, hacking and post-hacking, okay, reporting and time management. So I think I'm not really qualified to do a big comparison of this particular certification versus stuff that I know more about. Little Programmer 124 says, are there many jobs for pen testers? I think it's kind of difficult. So getting a job as a pen tester these days is not easy. It's not easy. There aren't too many roles that are being, well, there aren't too many positions that or new positions anyways that are being advertised. Sigma says there's maybe also include the relative difficulty, like beginner, intermediate, expert. Yeah, we could include that. Okay, so what did we do so far? So OSCP is, well, it's considered very difficult. So job role, price, I guess we can put difficulty here. So difficulty. Let's call this 3 out of 4. The OSCP exam is considered pretty difficult. And I guess, yeah, let's just call it 3 out of 4 and not get too bogged down. Okay, Neem says, in your opinion, what is the best way to be a pen tester? That's what I'm currently pursuing right now. So to be a pen tester, the first thing you need to do is you need to learn your stuff, and you can learn your stuff from a bunch of different places. And if you're trying to become a pen tester, the first thing to do is to decide what your specialization is going to be, because there's specializations in pen testing. There's cloud pen testers, there's network pen testers, there's web app pen testers, there's mobile pen testers. Basically, it's what specific technology you're going to be doing your testing against. And right now, I would say that the most in-demand type of pen testing that's done is going to be cloud pen testing. So as far as if there's a cloud pen testing certification, so okay, Pentest Plus, there's one from GIAC, interesting. So Certified Cloud Pen Tester, CCPT, I've never heard of this one. But yeah, cloud pen testing is really hot right now. And aside from cloud pen testing, I think the other most in-demand type of pen tester job right now is going to be web app pen testing. Because web app pen testing is, well, everything's a web app, and these web apps need to be security tested. The least, well, I mean, network pen testing is really fun, but if you want to get a job easily, the best way is to not depend on trying to get a network pen testing job. So the specialization is important when you're looking for a pen testing job, and you need to look for the pen testing roles that are most in demand. So in my opinion, it's going to be cloud pen testing and web app pen testing. Okay, so let's see. Difficulty, price, does this get you an interview? We got our notes. So we got CNP. So what is it again? Certified CPTS? Is that what it's called? This one is from Hack the Box. Okay, so the difficulty on this one, the CPTS, is actually more. It's actually more difficult than the OSCP. So let's see, difficulty. It's gonna be 4 out of 4. GradXT says AI pen test before the AI bubble bursts. I think people will be doing. They'll be doing pen testing against AI for a good number of years. I'm not too sure. But I'm not too sure what exactly you would learn to do AI pen testing aside from just doing like prompt injection. You know what? I think there's, well, I mean, not to get off track or anything, but I'm pretty sure on Portswigger they've got some LLM stuff. So web LLM attacks. So if you ever wanted to do web pen testing, I guess practicing over at practicing some of these might be useful. I'll just leave a link. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. Little Programmer 124 says, so cloud and web application pen testing. Yeah, so that's my opinion is that if you're going to look for a pen testing job these days, you should specialize in either cloud pen testing or web app pen testing. Here's one thing that you might want to look at if you want to learn about how to do cloud pen testing attacks. So that would be something like, what is it called? It's called Contra Security. Yeah, so they've got a list of the top 10 AWS cloud attacks, or the vulnerabilities rather. Nullsec says API is becoming popular too. API has always been pretty popular because, well, API is a type of they're usually attached to web applications. Yeah. GradXT says deeper understanding of machine learning algorithms, tool use abuse, DevSecOps like malicious model files. Yeah, I think this kind of stuff is covered more in the Portswigger labs over here. They've got some really interesting labs. Let me see if I can just get the labs for this. But yeah. I'll try not to get too distracted when I'm talking about these certifications. Okay, Little Programmer 124 says, for cloud pen testing, which website can I learn that? So try something like this. The link that I just sent. So AWS Cloud Top 10. And what else could we do? So there's a CTF called FLAS flaws.cloud. This is another CTF challenge that talks about AWS insecurities. Okay, so let's see. Penitent PT1, Junior Penetration Tester 1 from TryHackMe, and what's the difficulty we're going to slap on this? My guess is going to be that it is not as difficult. It's probably not going to be as difficult as the OSCP, but that's kind of a guess, so you can't really depend on that. Okay, so we were just talking about the TryHackMe Junior Pentester 1 over here, and I guess for fun we can cover one that I have done myself, which is the EJPT. And let's just call this, so I think it's called INE now. So EJPT. What does that stand for? INE EJPT. this certification here. Nullsec says you didn't go back for the ECPPT. ECPPT. Too many of these acronyms here. So what was the ECPPT again? eLearn Security Junior Pen Tester. No, I went straight from EJPT to OSCP, and then I kind of gave up on certifications after that. Okay, so how much does... So this is called the Junior Penetration Tester. Are all of these called? Anyways. So Junior Penetration Tester, okay. And I need to get the URL for that. So this is the URL I'm looking at right here. So the job role is for pen testers and red teamers. So this one is not very difficult. It's not a very difficult exam. EJPT, can we speedrun that or just buy the cert? I'd say that you don't need to get the EJPT. It's a very... I don't want to spoil the exam, but the exam was really, really easy. And it might be that the EJPT is going to show up on some resumes, or sorry, in some job descriptions. But the first thing I need to refresh myself on is how much it costs, because I don't remember how much it costs. So EJPT price. Okay, so EJPT is going to cost you $249, so $250. It's gone up a lot. Tier 1 subscription to this channel. Tier 3 subscription to this channel. What are we talking about right here? Neem says I gave up on certs and I didn't even start. It's so much money just for the lulz. Senior pen tester is probably really easy too. What certs do we need to get to become HackerFrogs? You don't need a certification to become a HackerFrog. You can learn here and you can hang out here for free. You do not need to donate. You do not need to subscribe. Having you around and participating in the chat is enough for me. Thank you. Xmetric says, don't quote me, of course. Alright, so what about some notes? So this is a good first certification to get if you want to become more confident in certification acquisition, but it's not strictly necessary. That's just like my opinion, man. Okay, so what's the next one we're going to be talking about? So this is basically CompTIA A+. CompTIA A+ is actually very useful. CompTIA A+, but for 10 testing. Maybe. So, I mean, I like CompTIA. I like CompTIA. In general, I like CompTIA. I think CompTIA... Who does the CEH certification? So, Certified Ethical Hacker, this is kind of EC Council, okay. It's kind of a meme. Let's see if we can get... So EC Council CEH certification program. So people meme on the CEH certification. So certified, the ethical hacking course that redefines cybersecurity training in the United States. Developed by the creators of Certified Ethical Hacker, this latest version integrates advanced AI capabilities. Okay, let's see. So this is EC Council. CEH, which is Certified Ethical Hacker. So Xmetric says BLKCEH for the win. I guess it would just be UEH CUCUH. I'm not too sure what that stands for. So yeah, so EC Console CEH Certified Ethical Hacker, and I guess the information is, let's see, EC Council Certified Ethical Hacker. Okay, so here's the EC Council link. Man, that's a really long link. Okay. So the job role, you know, I'm kind of hesitant to say that you don't need a certified ethical hacker certification to become a pen tester or a red teamer. But for some reason they decided that this was an important certification to get if you want to get hired. So does this get you an interview? So sadly, it does get you an interview because they seem to care about the certified ethical hacker certification. You're going to see it on a bunch of job listings. And how much does this cost? Let's see if we can look that up. CH certification price. So it varies widely, typically ranging from $12.99 to $4,000 plus. The minimum cost for self-studying the exam is around $1,299. That's still a lot of money. That's still a lot of money. So I guess $1,300 plus. So let's see, $1,300 plus. And I guess we can talk about the difficulty. Is this a difficult exam? I'm not too sure about that. CEH exam difficulty. Let's just Google it. Exactly how difficult is the CEH exam? Okay, let's take a look. So according to Reddit, the test varies widely, similarly to study materials that you've come across. Overall, though, it's not super difficult if you learn the materials. I'd recommend a boot camp and a skill set. That worked for me. Exactly how difficult is impossible to answer, but somewhere between Security Plus and OSCP. Between Security Plus and OSCP is a really big gap. Xmetric asks, honest question, what is the average entry-level pen testing pay? Also, are they usually in person or fully remote? So you can get remote positions for pen testing gigs. It usually means that you're going to be working as a contractor as opposed to a fully fledged employee. But anyways, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm going to run one on YouTube as well. We're going to run some look at some birds. Okay, so we're just going to take about a 20-second break while I have a little bit of water. That's a handsome bird. That's a woodpecker. It's a what is it? A northern flicker woodpecker. Okay, so let's talk about it. So okay, Xmetric says, honest question, what is the average entry-level pen testing pay? Is it usually in person or fully remote? There are remote pen testing gigs. They're usually like I said, they're usually contracting work. What else? So I think So let's see what Google says about the salary for a pen tester. Okay, so it says average salary for a pen tester in Canada. Well, I live in Canada, so it's going to say Canada. So it's around 97. So keep in mind that these are Canadian. This is Canadian currency. You're going to be, depending on what country you live in. If you live in the United States, you're probably going to be better compensated than you are if you're in Canada. That's going to go for all jobs. So the biggest salaries in cybersecurity are going to be American roles. So Sigma says Xmetric says 70k Canadian. Okay. Sigma says, "Are you sure that the ads are actually on? Haven't had any the whole stream." You haven't seen any ads? Are you subscribed? Because if you're subscribed, you shouldn't. Well, you wouldn't get any ads. Let's see. Xmetric says 70k US versus 70k US is 90k in Canadian. Yeah, I just don't understand the pay structure. So I mean, when I worked as a pen tester, I was putting in hours. So it's basically a timesheet. So how many hours did you work on your pen testing, engagement? And I was paid hourly. But yeah. So let's see. Xmetric says, I know people who are senior level and can't code worth anything. So the thing is that you don't need to be able to code to do a pen testing job, because it's mostly knowing how to run the tools. It's mostly the tools doing the work when you're doing routine pen testing. Especially if you're doing web pen testing, it's basically all Burp Suite. If you're doing web app stuff, let me change out my music for a second. Okay, let's go back to our cyberpunk stuff. Smooth jazz. So Xmetric, if you have questions about what happens when you're working as a pen tester, I can answer some of those questions, because I did work as a pen tester for about half a year. So yeah, if you're doing web app pen testing, it's all Burp Suite. You're going to be working inside of Burp Suite like basically the entire time, and the Burp Suite scanner actually does a lot of the work for you. So you'll run a scan on with Burp Suite against the web application, and it's going to give you a bunch of potential problems that you can go and investigate. Of course, you should never take the Burp Suite scanner at its word as to whether or not a vulnerability exists. You have to follow up on it and do your own testing to make sure that the web app is actually vulnerable to whatever the Burp Suite scanner is reporting to you. Okay, so Xmetric says, senior level pen tester who can't craft an HTTP packet from scratch blows my mind. I mean, did you encounter the senior level pen tester who can't craft an HTTP packet from scratch? But yeah, it's mostly running tools when you're doing pen testing work. Being able to code is a big asset when you're doing pen testing work, but it's not strictly necessary. Okay, so let's see. The difficulty on Certified Ethical Hacker, I hear it's mostly going to be it's just a written exam. You don't need to put your hands on the keyboard and do any real testing stuff. So I'm gonna say that it's well, I don't know. Maybe it's slightly harder than that. Okay, so what else do we have here? So the price is going to be $1,300 plus, and maybe we'll start talking about some blue team oriented certs. So the unfortunate thing is that when we start talking about blue team oriented certifications, I become much less knowledgeable because I've never done any blue team oriented certifications, but I do hear that there are going to be there are many more SOC analyst roles available than offensive security roles in cybersecurity right now. Little Programmer says, it's too cold here. What's the weather like in Canada? It's summer in Canada right now. I think it's like 24 degrees or 25 degrees outside right now. It's pretty nice. But where are you located? Well, I mean, maybe you don't want to say. And my guess is that you might be in Europe? I'm not too sure. Okay, so let's see. What's a really well-known defensive security certification? The only thing that I can think of right now is the Hack the Box ones. So Hack the Box, Certified Defensive something something. What was the name of that certification? From Hack the Box? Actually, wait. Before we do that one, there's one last offensive security certification I want to take a look at, and that's the PNPT. So TCM Security, I'm a big fan of TCM, the person, because I was really invested in watching their YouTube videos when I was first getting into cybersecurity. And I actually took the PNPT course when it was first being developed. Oh, Latin America. Okay. Man, it's cold? Wait, are you below the equator? Argentina is Central America, right? Central America means, I mean, it should be warm pretty much year-round. Well, I mean, I don't know what the weather's like in Argentina. But I guess it's cold, because you say it's cold. Okay, let's look this up. So, let's see. TCM Security. Ooh, that's not how you spell security. Certification. Here. Okay, let's take a look at this one over here. So this is... So they've got Practical Junior Penetration Tester, PJPT. The original one was this one, so the PNPT. I guess we should take a look at this one first. So PJPT, let's fill this out. Let me copy and paste this. So TCM Security. PJPT. What does it stand for? Practical, right? Practical Junior Penetration Tester. Sydney asks, how long did it take for you to land your pen testing role? It took me about a year and a half, so something like 18 months. Something like 18 months of like full-time study. Okay. Little Programmer says the weather is extremely hot in summer and extremely cold in winter. Okay, one of those patterns. Okay. So yeah, Sigma. The answer is about 18 months. You can probably do it in slightly less or slightly more, depending on how many hours you have, how much time you have dedicated to learning about this stuff. Okay, let me grab the link. So job role is pen testers and red teamers. Difficulty, I'm not too sure about this one. We should probably take a look at the price first. Okay, so I guess we should use the regular price here. So the regular price listed here is $250. So that's actually not too bad. Digital HD, hello, nice to see you here. And you know what? We haven't done a redeem in a while. How about a Nyan Cat? Can't wait for the PB the PBNJ, of course, of course. Yeah. So too many of these acronyms. I hate all these acronyms. Does this get the interview? I don't think it does right now. Difficulty, not sure. We should do a little bit of research here. So, how to pass the PJPT exam? Leverage their Active Directory exploit. Okay. Oh, you know what? This actually seems pretty cool because it's teaching you immediately about Active Directory stuff. So I don't. Just for fun, I'll look up how difficult it is on the net. So PJPT, TCM security difficulty. Okay, so it says consider beginner level in terms of difficulty with a ton of focus on practical skills in real-world scenarios. Assess an individual's ability to perform an internal network pen test at an associate level. Okay, so I mean, I'm just gonna guess that it's not super difficult. So let's go 2 out of 4. Because I'm not too sure what else it would be. Let's see. Digital HD says, "What are you doing? What are you doing? How are you today?" I'm doing all right. We're taking a look at certifications right now, and I think we might put a pin in this in just in a few minutes because we've already been talking about this for about an hour or so. But I guess we'll do one for the blue team. And then, if you're interested in talking more about this, let us know what exactly you want to talk about. Let's see. Make some Windows tweaks if you're reverse engineering Windows. I think we're going to be using somebody else's machine for reverse engineering Windows, so I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. Okay, so the last one we're going to look at. Maybe we'll look at the Hack the Box. What is the name of the Hack the Box one? So the Hack the Box Blue Team one is called Defensive Security Analyst. CDSA. Okay, let's so this one is going to be called Hack the Box. Certified Defensive Security Analyst. And let's get the information for this. So Hack the Box CDSA cert. Okay. So we're looking at entry-level SOC analysts and incident handlers and forensics analysts. So this is not exactly my area of expertise, but we're going to be talking about more about this in the next time we talk about this, and it is going to be something that we're going to be covering over a few different streams because, well, I don't want to talk about it for super long each time, and there's a lot of material that we need to cover. So the job role in this case is going to be SOC analysts, and I guess incident responders. Okay, so P. Baldano asks, where are you from? I'm Canadian. So I'm from Canada, the true north, strong and free. And yeah, so if for some reason it feels like I'm not very knowledgeable about European things or South American things, it's because I'm from Canada. Thank you. Okay, so what is the price for this? I think I've looked this up before, but They don't have a price here. Hold on, let me see if I can get Hack the Box Certified Defensive Security Analyst price. The problem is that it's hard to get it's hard to get prices for these things. Let's see. Sigma says, I'm probably going to go with the Security Plus, CCNA, and OSCP CPTS over the next couple of years. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the certifications is that the certifications also come with training, and I think the CPTS training is going to be better than the OSCP training. At least everything that I've heard online kind of points in that direction. I could have sworn I saw like a big list with all of these certifications and the prices. Let me see if I can locate that again. Hack the Box certifications. Okay, so they're all here, I think. So $490. I think the price is going to be $490. So the CPTS is $490, and I'm pretty sure the defensive one is also $490. Yeah. So this is $490. Does this get you an interview? I think this will get you an interview in the future. Not too sure about right now. Little Programmer says, I want to go to Canada after learning enough pen test. After learning enough pen test for cloud or web app. Yeah, I don't know about getting a job as a cybersecurity professional in Canada. You're probably going to want to work in America, or ideally as a remote worker for an American company to earn American salary while living in your own country. That'd probably be the most ideal situation, but that I don't know if that's going to be particularly practical or realistic, rather. Okay, so I'm not too sure what the difficulty on this exam might be. Let me do a little bit of research. So let's see, CDSA from Hack the Box. Difficulty. So it's an intermediate level challenge. Okay, so how hard is the CDSA from Hack the Box? I guess we can take a look at this thread over here. English skills. You could certainly learn English if you came to Canada, sure. Okay, the exam only covers some topics, but I think it's harder. Why? Because you need to put all the pieces together and understand the context. In the training, you go through modules, and module by module, you don't have the experience on how to put the pieces together. So, for your info, I have the following certs. This person is a certification collector. I failed my first attempt, but after Hack the Box Academy feedback, I passed in the second attempt, and the experience was amazing. The best certification I own. So it says here that this is an interesting thread. If you're interested in pursuing some certifications for blue team stuff, you could always take a look over here. Thank you. Okay, so what else is going on over here? So it says, it's not harder than the modules. I advise you to take a good amount of notes in the modules. From the conversation here, it sounds like it's kind of difficult, but not too difficult. Then again, I don't know. So the difficulty section, it's not really something you should take seriously, because I'm kind of guessing at most of these. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this out, and then we can go on to the next. Aren't all of that Redditor's certs beginner ones? Are they? Let me take a look. So the Redditor over here, what do they have? So let's see. Google Cybersecurity, this is a beginner level one. CompTIA Security Plus, this is also a beginner level one. This is also a beginner level one. CDSA, I mean, I think this is a beginner level one as well. But they also say that this is the hardest one that they got. For you, it's level 2 hard. For you, it's a 10-minute job. Besides the CDSA, I mean. Yeah, I think... Well, I mean, I'm not too sure how difficult the TryHackMe one is, the SAL 1. But what is this certification? BTL 1. Because there are too many of these certifications. There are too many of these companies that put out these certifications. Blue Team Level 1. So this one is from the Security Blue Team company, I guess. So Blue Team Level 1. Oh geez. This is hard on the eyes. So this is whoa, $400. It's 400 British pounds. That's kind of expensive. But okay, I'll add this to the list, and then we'll call this for the day. So I guess I need to add this to the list. What is the name of... So this is Security Blue Team. Okay. Security Blue Team. And what is this called? Blue Team something something. Blue Team Level 1. Okay. Alright, so we made, well, we wrote a bunch of stuff, and if you want to take a look at what we covered today, this is it over here. Let's see. Franz asks, are you a real person or AI? Prove it. How do you want me to prove it? Do you want me to give you my social security number? Digital HD says, did you make the Discord server yet? So Discord server is probably going to be sometime in the summer, not too sure when. But it's going to have to cook for a little while longer. That's a start, but anybody can spit out an SSN. Well, you know what? You give me a credit card number to cross-reference and zip code. And yeah, better send me some money too. Just have to provide all of the... just have to give every piece of information you know. All right, so let's close this out for the day, and then we'll move on to the next topic. What are we covering next? We're doing some Windows reversing stuff. Okay, that sounds like a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and do that. So let's see. From what is your best friend's name from your childhood? What is your mother's maiden name? What is the square root of pi? I think we're looking for reverse engineering. Or what was that thing called again? Windows reversing intro. Windows reversing intro. Okay, so I'm trying to learn more about reverse engineering. And the Pedro 88, what's up? We're just about to start this new thing. The new thing for today is going to be Windows reverse engineering, and we're going to be doing some stuff over at TryHackMe. And what does it say over here? So this room is part of a series of rooms that will introduce you to reverse engineering software on Windows. Sounds like a good time. So you can also join in yourself. RE is fun. I think reverse engineering is really interesting, and well, I mean, you can also get a job based on reverse engineering skills, but I don't know if there are too many job opportunities there. Okay, so it says what? So what I'm guessing this is that this is probably a Windows machine with a bunch of tools already installed that we can use. So we don't necessarily have to install our own tools, which is nice, because installing some of the tools can be a big pain in the butt. Xmetric says, it's almost as fun as physical pen testing and SE. I made a small fortune reverse engineering the Bird Lime charger platform. Well, I mean, what exactly did you find by reverse engineering the Bird platform? Digital HD says, reverse engineering like Windows. This is fun. Hopefully it's fun. We'll see what's going on over here. And we're going to spend about an hour taking a look at this room. Hopefully we can get it done. But if not, well, we'll see what happens. Okay, so it says get hands-on. And let's see. When running the samples on their own outside of IDA, run them via the command line. Use the VM provided alongside the room to get a hands-on with the material. Great. So it looks like we're going to be using IDA freeware to take a look at this this stuff. Xmetric says able to make API calls at will, like claiming. You know what? I think I heard there was like an episode of Darknet Diaries that covered stuff like this, and releasing them with spoofed battery levels, as in it's full charge, except it's not actually full charge. It's actually zero charge. Digital HD says, can you extract some hidden environment variables from Windows? You mean from the binaries that we're going to inspect? I'm not too sure. They never vetted it. Well, they just paid you and they didn't vet it? Next update, would it be like, nah, battery's still dead. Okay. Alright, so we've got this this machine still initializing. Okay. VM credentials. Quick note for the VM. When you load an executable into IDA, you will be asked for debug symbols. Say no to this. Okay. Or you could bring your own VM. Okay, so this is done. So anybody who's interested in doing this yourself, this is the link we're using right here for the TryHackMe room. From the systems and DLLs on System 32, this is not my area of expertise. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn about Windows reverse engineering through this room. I've done a little bit more reverse engineering on Linux, but Windows stuff is really kind of foreign to me. Yeah, this is TryHackMe. So we're going to be using IDA freeware over here. I think we can make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so let's see, IDA freeware overview. I haven't used very much IDA, but it's pretty much industry standard, which means that it should be pretty good. So we're talking about dynamic analysis versus static analysis. We got disassemblers, decompilers, and debuggers. So I'm not super familiar with IDA, but I guess we're going to be learning together today. Can you please use x64 debugger? I don't think it's installed on this system here. I think they've only got IDA freeware installed here. If you're interested in x64 debugger, I think there's a room. I think there's another room on TryHackMe that covers that. Let me see if I can find it. So x64 dbg. Oh, that's not how you spell that. Okay, so I don't think there's anything dedicated to that. There might be something in here. So I use x64 dbg, so I probably learned something new today. So, I mean, you're not always going to have access to your preferred software. I mostly use Ghidra when I'm doing reverse engineering. Okay, so what do they want us to do? So code views, debug symbols, imports, exports, functions, other subviews. Once you're comfortable with IDA, let's start doing some reverse engineering. Well, we can start up IDA. We can say that this is complete, sure. All you need is IDE 64 Pro, Windows 32D ASM, let's see, forgot the .NET one. Oh, there are a bunch of different programs that all do reverse engineering stuff. Okay, so I guess we're going to be using this one, helloworld.exe. Okay, so let's double click that. Can't find it. Okay, sure. Alright, so remember how functions need stack frames? Function prologues and epilogues will set up, create, and destroy stack frames according to the calling convention in use. Introduce them here. So the prologue. So the prologue comes before the body of the function is executed. Not all prologues are the same, but there are three things that can happen. So there's going to be volatile registers are going to be saved, sure. Space is going to be allocated for the stack frame by subtracting them from the RSP. The RSP or RBP may be preserved to be restored later. And let's see, so there's epilogue. The epilogue is pretty straightforward. It undoes or unwinds any stack related things. So usually there's going to be a bunch of stuff on the stack, and they're all going to be saved during the prologue, and during the epilogue they're going to be restored. Okay, it's like a play, but there are way more bits, sure. So we're not actually using this stuff. Task includes a downloadable file. Okay, so we're finally going to get to some reverse engineering here. So when running the samples on their own outside of IDA, run them on the command line. So where is this on the machine? Hold on. Hold on, I need to identify where. Let's see. So RE intro, is this sample images? Samples.zip. Okay, Windows. So the samples should be in here, in this directory. Yeah, so there's a helloworld.exe one here. And I guess we can take a look at that one first. So we're going to load. My guess is that we can just drag and drop helloworld.exe into here. Okay, it says load new file. Press OK. So the input file was linked with debug information, and the symbol file name is this. Do you want to look for this file in the specified path? They told us about this at the beginning, I'm pretty sure. Say no. Okay, so say no. All right. Windows without drivers, very slow. Hopefully they allocated enough resources to this machine so that it doesn't go super slow. But I guess we'll see. GradXT says, dnspy was my .NET decompiler of choice, but decompiler.com makes it real easy, and you can open the folder in VS Code. Check how many processes are running in the task manager. So we could, let's see, task manager. Here it is. It says there are no, there's only this one. I guess to get more details, there are 18 background processes and 31 Windows processes. Yeah. Now connect to the console session. Okay. So what are we taking a look? It's de-bloated. I'm pretty sure they have to optimize this stuff, otherwise it's not going to work out for the students very well. What are we doing here? Okay, so actually this is pretty nice. I think what we can do is we can put this in full screen, just so that the interface is a little better. Oh wow, can we make this bigger? Because this is kind of hard to look at. Guess we can set the font, we can set the size. Okay, great. 16 points, please. That's much better. Let's see if we can make this bigger too. And this one. This was much easier to find than in Ghidra. Okay, so nice and big, so that we don't have to try really hard to take a look at what's going on. Okay, so this is the whole program, right? So subtract from RSP28 hex, and then load effective address, RDX with hello with print. Hello with print, I guess this is... Yeah, so hello with print is a double with this string inside. So hello with print F followed by a 0. Quick nop every jump. So it loads this stuff in, it loads in the carriage return, or the new line rather, and then it does a call. So call sub something something. Is this going to print? Is this the print call? That's my guess. And then it moves into the RCX CS, which is... Wait, can I... This is all going off the screen. Okay, so call. So there are a couple of system calls here. I'm not too sure what these system calls do. Do these print? Nop like a pro, 90 at all. And then let's see, move RCX, move into RCX the value of RAX, load effective address this thing. So 0 out the EIX, and then I'm not too sure. Oh, okay. So this is the prologue. So the prologue is here, the epilogue is here. This is going to be setting up the stack, or saving everything in the registers to the stack, and this part is going to be restoring everything back to the stack. I guess this these two would be part of the epilogue, and then you do the return function, and that's going to end the main function. So there's only one real function in this. Actually, there's more than one function. Yeah, so there's this function as well. So let's see. Oh, okay. So this is the actual printf function here. So printf is this. And then after it's done, it goes back to main. Okay, so what does TryHackMe want us to do? Okay. So let's take a look at the sample that calls a function. For this, you're going to use hello-world.exe. It's usually a good idea to run the program before doing any reverse engineering, so go ahead and do that. Oh, okay. So this is hello-world.exe. We run it. And smart screen. It thinks that this might be malicious. We're going to run it. So, I think it ran. It ran, but it didn't. It also said that we should run this stuff from the terminal too. So let's go ahead and make a terminal. So we got our command prompt. Ooh, the command prompt is really small. Let's see if we can make this big. Let's go to properties, font. Let's make this 32 size, 36 size. Okay, nice and big. All right, so if we go over to, this is desktop. And then win REI intro samples. Okay, so hello world, we can run this program. Run it from CMD to get debug and output. Does control wheel up not increase the font? Does it? So control wheel up. No, not here. Okay, so hello world .exe. Okay, so we got it. So hello with printf and hello with standard out. So these are two different functions. Okay, that's great. Run the program. When you run the program, do it from a command prompt, since the program closes very quickly. We're going to start from the main function to find the function list if IDA doesn't navigate it to automatically. So the main function should look something like this. Okay. So it prints with two different methods, two different functions. So this is what the printf command. So I'm assuming this is written in C. And there's one done from standard output. So this is the one for printing with printf, and the other one, there are two function calls. And the other one is for standard output. So notice the sub RSP28H at the top. For this function, that's the entire prologue. It's setting up the function by moving the stack pointer and creating a new stack frame area. So this is the prologue area. This is the epilogue area over here. And each one of these functions is going to have one of these. And then we got the printf. We'll focus on the first function we call within main, which is the call to printf. So IDA does not resolve that this is printf. So instead you have to identify it as such based on the parameters passed and what it does when the program runs. IDA shows two strings loaded into the first two parameters for the function call. The first parameter passed via RCX is the format string /n. So this is the new line. And the second parameter, which is RDX, is the hello with something string. Immediately after the two parameters is the call. In an IDA, you can rename the sub something something to whatever you want by right-clicking and going to rename, or selecting the function and pressing N. renaming variables and functions is very helpful when dealing with bigger projects. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So in here, we've got our IDA running, and we can rename the function. So this function right here, so right click and rename. So we're going to call this printf function. Oh, we can't we can't include spaces. Okay, how about instead of the space we use an underscore. So printf function here, so it calls the printf function, and the other function is this one right here. No, the other one, yeah, this one here, okay. So Xmetric says, also it's a good habit to develop a scheme for renaming, like double underscores or ucase, for all the things that you change. This isn't something I do very often, but I should probably become... I really need to become better at reverse engineering. So I'm guessing this is the function that does the standard out printing. So let's just rename this to std out print. Okay, so we got these handled. What else are we supposed to note here? Okay, let's look at the second function call with the standard cout. We can identify the standard cout without using the string printed to the console because we can see that things that are related to cout, basic O stream, and character traits. You may notice that the names of the functions are quite odd as displayed in IDA. We'll discuss this in the DLL section. But in short, the names are mangled for function overloading. For now, look past the name mangling. With that said, you may not be familiar with these functions, so the first thing to do is look them up. Here's a brief overview of them all. Okay, so basic O stream C++ template for output streams. Character traits provide some abstraction from basic characters and string types. Cout, standard cout, sends text to the console. Xmetric says if you have 400 functions that you're renaming and the decompiler gets most of them renamed properly rather than subroutine random blah 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 or whatever, we can easily see change things would be nice if they were highlighted all the changes. That does sound nice. So now to address the elephant in the room, where's the string supposed to be printed? Let's find it. So to find our strings, we go to View, Open, Subviews, Strings. Okay, so if we do this manually, it's going to be View, Open, Subviews, Strings. Okay, and this is a list of all the strings in the binary. Glymex says, evening, what are you working on tonight? We're just doing some reverse engineering right now. And if you're interested in joining along with us, this is the TryHackMe link. Okay, so this may take a bit to process, then look for the string in the list. You can use Control F to search. Double-clicking the string on the list will bring you to the string where you can see the references to the string. IDA calls these xrefs, short for cross-references. So if we go over here and we double-click this string, it'll bring us to... Is this a memory address? So this is the reference in the code. So hello with printf, okay? It's saved to this particular name, hello with print hello with print. All right. Seeing the title, didn't know if you were working on a special certification or something. I kind of late. No worries, no worries. You can always go back in the VOD and start watching from the beginning if you really want to, or you can just catch up with or you can just roll with what we're doing right now. Either way is fine. Okay, so hello with standard out is over here, and if we take a look at the strings, they're located over here as well. Okay. Alright, so the string only has one reference, so double click it. This will bring you to the location of the string, which is a very large function. This word over here, the string is very clearly not where we would have expected it to be. So we can see s put n. Where is that? Which, long story short, means we're dealing with character streams. So what is this massive function and what is it doing? If we go to the top of the function in the listing view, you can see the reference to it. What references it? Sure enough, main references this function, so what's going on here? So which function are we talking about? This function? Well, I guess this is... Okay. GradXT, you can only rewind on YouTube, unfortunately. Would have to switch over. Well, I mean, if you want to switch over to YouTube and watch over there, that's fine. If you want to just do what we're doing right now, then that's fine too. Okay, so this is the main function over here. We got the standard out print function over here. We got the printf function over here. Okay, so what is going on here? It's inlining. So one compiler linker optimization that makes noticeable changes to the code is inlining. When a function gets inlined, it's essentially pasted where the call would be instead of making the call. See the following example. So without function inlining, we got this. So we have to define the function first, and then we need to call the function inside the main function. But with the function inlining, the function is basically made a part of the main function. Is that what we're supposed to understand here? So what's happening with our string in Hello World is similar. Instead of the string being passed as a parameter to standard cout, it's directly referenced in standard cout. You may think this would cause problems because what if standard cout is called to print with a different string? You'd be correct. This would cause problems to further calls to standard cout. As it turns out, if standard cout is called more than once, you will not see this optimization used. Instead, you will see it used similar to how printf is used. I encourage you to write a program to play around with to develop a deeper understanding of it. You may have noticed that there's some interesting stuff with standard cout that I skipped over. In short, it has something to do with function overloading, basic ostream, and stream buff, which deals with character streams. If you're interested, simple searches of those strings will bring you some useful information. This concludes the basic function example. It's really easy to understand function calls as long as you know the calling convention used. Luckily for x64 Windows, it only uses fast call, but other systems and architectures will likely not be that nice. Be sure to know whatever calling convention you're dealing with. It will make your work much easier. Okay, so to answer the questions. In helloworld.exe sample, which instruction sets up the first parameter for the call to fprint? Provide the full instructions shown in the IDA with single spaces. For example, move RAX, RBX. Okay, so which instruction sets up the first parameter for the call to printf? So we're talking about parameters now. Can we... Where can we scroll in here? Because I can't see the instructions. I think it might be because the font is too big. Let's make this a little smaller. It's still... Arrow keys? Maybe. Yeah, let's try some arrow keys. Oh, you know what? That works. Great. Jeez. Okay, so what we're looking for? We're looking for which instruction sets up the first parameter to call by printf. So printf is this call here. So the call is here. The instruction is load effective address with the parameter, or at least I think it is. No, it's looking for something shorter than that. I think it's looking for this one. Okay, let's provide this as the answer. Done. Okay. So the next one we're going to be taking a look at is at a loop. So loops inside of loops inside of, oh, what is it called? Inside of assembly are a lot of fun. Okay, so it's highly encouraged to follow along with this portion in your own VM, as it will make it easier for you to understand. This task uses loop.exe, load it into IDA, and then go through the main function. The graph view is highly recommended. Okay. Let's exit out of IDA, and then we'll start it back up again. Okay, start it back up, and then we'll put the loop program in here. So let's see, we're disassembling on the desktop the loop file. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about this bird? Oh, that's not a bird. Alright, we'll be back in about 20 seconds, just have to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away, and what are we doing next? So we're taking a look at this loop file. GredXT says, have you ever wanted a pet bird? Have I ever wanted a pet bird? Yeah, I think having a pet bird would be really cool, but unfortunately, taking care of a pet bird is kind of, is a lot of responsibility. I'd rather feed the birds and watch them come around, but let them be take care of themselves. Because it's fun to watch the birds, but having one around in the house is a very, very different thing. Okay, so what are we going to do? I think we need to run this on the desktop first, just to understand what it does. So in here, we got loop.exe. So let's run loop.exe. String. We need to put in a string. Okay, let's test string. Test string. Counted 8 lowercase letters. Oh, okay. So it just counts the number of... Oh, it only counts the lowercase letters. Let's try that again. Counted 0 lowercase letters. So it's only outputting, it's only checking for lowercase letters in this case. All right, so let's go back. I'm going to state now and multiple times to keep the bigger picture in mind. Don't analyze one instruction at a time. It usually requires multiple instructions to perform one high-level action. It's also important to point out that we will be making assumptions. You won't always know what something is or does, which is why you try to make your best guess. As you go, use your guess to attempt to understand what's going on, at the same time validating and testing your guess. At a high level, there are three main types of loops used. There's the for loop, there's the while loop, and the do while loop. When working on a low level, you will usually see a do while and sometimes a while. Keep in mind that a for loop is only an abstracted while loop. When dealing with loops, expect to see a counter iterator register initialized at the beginning and incremented and decremented at the end. Thank you very much for following Frozen Fusion. Thank you. And you know what? Let's go ahead and do a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so what were we talking about? So there's the counter iterator register initialized at the beginning and incremented or decremented at the end of the loop. The condition for the loop is usually at the end, since that's where you would determine whether or not to continue the loop. There's often a condition at the start as well, which would check to skip the entire loop. There may be conditions within the loop that break or jump out of the loop. Okay, so reversing our first loop. Before we throw it into IDA, you should always run it. As always, you should run it. After running it, the purpose seems to get input from the user and count the number of lowercase characters that output the result. Simple enough, you could probably guess how it works without having to do any reversing. But let's take a look so we can learn, since it won't always be that easy. Okay, so load loop.exe into IDA and go to main. You may notice it's quite large. I would encourage you to use the graph view, as it makes understanding the flow of the program much easier. Okay, so let's go over here, open up IDA, go to the main function, and look at the graph view. Where's the graph view? View graphs flowchart. No, it's not going to let us. View graphs. I'm already in graph view. Oh, this is the graph view? Can I... Oh, okay, I see the graphs. Can I zoom out? Okay, so the graph view... Huh. The spacebar switches between linear and graph. Okay, so if we... So this is the linear view. If we press space, then we get the graph view. We can... Fit window? Okay. So there's some conditionals over here. All right, I think we can zoom in from here, right? I wish there was an easier way to scroll around. Ernesto, my fave tech. Ernesto, my fave tech. Thank you very much for the for this subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a bunch of stuff loaded in to these variables. GreatXT says, can you pan around by clicking in the white space and dragging? Can we? Oh, we can, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is actually, okay, this is actually much more convenient than I thought. This is, I think I understand why people like using IDA now. What stage are you at right now? So we're just doing the second binary. So we're doing task number 5. Task 5 in the TryHackMe room. How many tasks do we have in here? Okay, so we only have 8 of them. Okay, so to start, let me introduce you to the best skill to develop as a reverse engineer. It's being able to skim over the unimportant stuff, otherwise you'll waste your time and go into a rabbit hole. In the graph view, we can see a big box at the top. Looking at it, we can see that it mostly just prints stuff. So we can skim through it to just make sure that it's nothing important. Looking towards the bottom of the big box, we can, which I will refer to as the loop initialization part of the code, we see some interesting stuff. Okay, so well, I'm not exactly sure why this is super important, but I guess they'll explain it in just a little bit. Okay, so the reason why it's interesting is for 2 main reasons. First, it doesn't appear to be printing anything, like in the previous lines were. Second, there's a loop following, in which we can quickly identify because of the arrows provided in the graph view. So let's start analysis by taking a look at the move RSI, this thing over here, since it seems to be the start of the difference. Don't forget about the code we skimmed over. If we get lost or need more information, one of the things that we can do is go back to the code we skimmed over. Looking at the move into RSI, RDI, and RDX, we don't get much since the data is uninitialized. Notice that test RDX RDX, as it can reveal a little extra. Testing a register against itself will test if the register is 0. In this case, if RDX is 0, it jumps past the loop because of JZ short something something. Based on this, we know that RDX shouldn't be 0, since if it is, it appears to fail or skip the loop. Okay, so, So, analyzing the loop. So the first thing I like to do is go to the end of the loop to identify the register being used as a counter and the end case for the loop. The key to finding the counter is to identify the register which gets incremented or decremented. The end case for the loop will be identified by a comparison to the counter. So increment is this instruction right here, increment RCX, compare RCX with RDX, and jump. Which one is the JB instruction? Let me look this up. So JB, it is x86 assembly. it was JB, right? So JB. What does JB signify in this context? Generally it means jump if below, but I'm not too sure what it means in this context. So jump if below this number. Uh-oh, I need to add more time to my machine. Okay, so RCX is the register that's being incremented, and then it compares the value in RCX versus RDX. If the value is below, if the value in RCX is below RDX, it's going to jump to another memory address. The counter is compared to what we assume is the length of the string. Now that we know RCX is the counter and the condition between RCX and RDX is the end condition, this also solidifies that RDX is the length of the string. Okay, so let's look at the first block involved in the loop. Loop block 1. So once again, we'll try to understand multiple instructions together since they are likely to come together to perform one task. We see the address of the buffer, identified because of the block. Being put into the RAX. So RAX is how the string will be referenced in the loop. So load effective address of RAX, RSP plus 58 plus block. Compare the RSI with hexadecimal 10. Hexadecimal 10, which is 16. Hexadecimal 10 is 16. Or hexadecimal 10. I'm not too sure what this command does. CMOVNB. So what's this weird RSI comparison and the CMOVNB? CMOVNB instruction is a conditional move if not below. Conditional move not below. This is saying move RBX into RAX if RSI is not less than hex 10. So you can think of it as if the RSI is greater than or equal to hex 10. So let's I'm getting a little bit confused because we're talking about a bunch of different registers and it's starting to get a little bit fuzzy. We see that the string buffer is moved into RDI. Since RDI is 8 bytes, the first 8 bytes of the buffer are moved into RDI. Note that unlike RAX, RDI does not contain the address of the buffer. RAX was given the address because of the load effective address instruction, whereas RDI is given the first 8 bytes. I think... This is some pretty heavy text. Okay, so, man. Hengi Lodwig says, morning from UTC plus 7. UTC plus 7, is that, where in the world is that? Okay, so, man, this is such a dense section to go through. So in the loop sample, what instruction is the key to figuring out what register is the counter? Provide the full instruction in IDA with single spaces. What instruction is key to figuring out which register is the counter? So it's probably going to be an increment or a decrement. And I think we identified it already over, let's see, where is it? Over here? There's a decrement, then comparison. Where is it? Okay, it was probably in the main in this part of the main function. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, Indonesia. Yeah, that's Asia. Okay, okay, I see. It's probably. So is it 9 o'clock right now, or is it what time? What time is it in Indonesia right now? Henki Lodwig. Let me know. So we're looking for either an increment or a decrement. Oh, it's 8 o'clock right now. Good morning. Hope you're having a good morning. Can we look? Can we search for an instruction? I think we can, right? So search for. Can we search for an instruction? Well, we could also take a look at some of the different functions here as well. So load effective address, move. We saw it in the example, but is this a THM subscription room? No, no, it's a free room. Let me get you the link. Here's the link. I can probably I can probably cheat and just take a look over here. They highlighted it earlier. Where was it? So analyzing the loop. So increment RCX. So yeah, this is probably the answer we're looking for. INC RCX. Submit that. Okay. You know what? Man, I'm a bit tired to learn this stuff right now. I'm a bit too tired to learn this stuff right now, and the reading seems a bit dense. So I think I might call it here because we've got some other materials that we need to work on today as well. But if you're interested in learning about Windows reverse engineering, and this is the intro, and this stuff we're looking at is not actually super complicated even, this is the place to learn some of that stuff. So I provided the link in the chat, and we're going to be taking a look at another module now. And hopefully it'll be a little easier to understand. Okay, so let's shut this thing down. And let's move on to the last portion of today's stream, which is going to be the mobile acquisition room. So this is another free room from TryHackMe, and let me look it up real quick. Mobile acquisition. Okay, so this is actually a very, very recent room. I think it was published like 2 weeks ago. So one thing that I'm actually very interested in doing is figuring out how to do mobile forensics. So mobile forensics and like disk image forensics, or like general device forensics, because there's a lot of used devices that you can get through many different means, and it would be really fun to be able to look through those devices to see if there's anything, any fun stuff hidden on the hard drives or on storage of those devices. So we're looking for stuff like, I don't know, stuff like cryptocurrency, or yeah, we're mostly looking for cryptocurrency. And part of that fun, well, we need to figure out how to do the mobile acquisition first. So let's learn how to do this in this room over here at TryHackMe. Okay, so mobile devices have become a goldmine for digital forensics investigators. They can be used daily and can reveal a large amount of personal, behavioral, and communication data. So in this room, you'll uncover how mobile devices can contain crucial evidence in investigation. You'll learn how these devices fit into the wider digital forensics process, common challenges that make these investigations difficult, and why threat groups like APTs are increasingly focusing on them. So, learning objectives. Discover how mobile devices play a pivotal role in forensics investigations. Learn about the wider legal and political discussion surrounding mobile device security and privacy. Learn how manufacturers are securing their devices against data acquisition. Uncover how APTs are shifting tactics to target mobile devices, and become familiar with the mobile device-specific acquisition techniques. Okay, so we got some prerequisites over here, but we'll see if we can muddle our way through without doing this stuff first. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, mobile devices within digital forensics. Mobile devices have the computing power to replace desktops and laptops. They hold a wide variety of valuable artifacts, including chat and call logs, GPS navigation data, documents and downloads, pictures and video, browsing history, Wi-Fi history, app-specific data. So, mobile device forensics in the real world. So this can play a pivotal role in criminal, civil, and incident response investigations. Mobile devices are a great initial access method for an attacker. When you go somewhere, what do you bring? Your wallet, your keys, your phone. Okay, so let's answer some questions. In what country was it where a famous example of mobile devices being used within investigations? What country? I should have been paying attention. Okay, South Africa. Okay, over here. Sure. What is the technical term for a device that has become the initial access method of an attacker? So, I'm going to guess this is going to be a foothold. But that's just a guess. That's not right. So what is this? Oh, it's an entry point. Okay. Okay, done. Great. Okay, so next, challenges with mobile device forensics. So features such as full disk and file-based encryption have become standard on modern devices, requiring some sort of authentication, which is PIN or Face ID fingerprint to unlock. For example, there's going to be before first unlock, requiring authentication every time, only need to authenticate once, or no authentication needed. Okay. We got full disk and file-based encryption. Unless authenticated or bypassed, forensics tooling cannot analyze the data stored within the device. Individual files can be encrypted with different keys. We got isolated encryption keys. Android and iOS both use dedicated hardware components to store encryption keys, which are incredibly tough to retrieve. This is similar to the TPM module on motherboards. Secure boot process. It ensures that only trusted and verified code from the manufacturer can load, preventing tampering. An old investigation technique used a custom bootloader that bypassed a wide range of security mechanisms. So there's sandboxing. Applications run within their own environments, isolated from one another. Okay, there's lockout wiping. These devices are configured to wipe themselves after a certain number of unsuccessful authentication attempts. For example, failed PIN entries. Thank you very much, Fixit, for rating with the party of 3. Welcome, Fixit and raiders. We're just learning about mobile forensic stuff right now. But let's give you a warm hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
GradXT says, this is why you should power off your phone if forced to hand it over. Yeah. So if you have to hand over your phone, definitely make sure that they can't access anything without your express permission. So just power off your phone. Makes a lot of sense. So lockout wiping and remote wiping. So with the features of Find My something something, devices can be remotely wiped from another in the event of theft, etc. Modern smartphones contain sophisticated protection mechanisms that make acquisition and analysis difficult. Manufacturers are only getting better at these, and in a game of cat and mouse continues. Sad says, any other advice? As far as your mobile phone is concerned, yeah, I'd say I think you should configure like face unlock or fingerprint unlock on all devices that support these things, because your fingerprint and your face unlock is not something that people can guess at, even if they have access to your phone. All right, we got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube as well. And you know what? It's time for my favorite video. Alright, so these are the baby birds having a bath, and we'll be back in just about 40 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away, and let's catch up with chat. Let's see, Fixit42 says, have to go to sleep, sun's about to come up. I've got 20 minutes to get to bed. Good night and have a great stream. Thank you very much, Fixit42, and I hope you had a great stream. Have yourself a great night, and we'll see you next time. Sad says, but this creates a problem with some ultra privacy concerns. Let's see. GradXT says, keep it updated. Many professional mobile forensics toolkits like Celebrate rely on hacks. Yeah. Mama Rolf? How many apps do you have installed? Have you read the TOS for them all? I'm pretty sure I haven't read the TOS for all of the applications I have. But yeah, definitely keep your phone updated, because it's more likely that you can have your device compromised if there's some insecure version of software being run on your device. So yeah, GradXT has it nailed there. Okay, detecting malware. Detecting malware behavior on mobile devices is notably difficult. As previously mentioned, malicious applications disguise themselves as legitimate utilities and perform nasty tricks behind the scenes. It's not like, for example, you can bring your favorite disassembler onto your iPhone to analyze an app. Coupled with the fact that monitoring agents, such as EDR agents, are still catching up on mobile devices, these devices are generally less monitored on a corporate network than on a company workstation. These devices are designated to be as user-friendly as possible due to the marketing terms about security they've heard from manufacturers, users will often have a lower guard when clicking links. Older smartphones may not have as sophisticated security mechanisms, or by as hacking 0 days, you may come across malware that could rootkit the device, completely disguising itself. Okay. Which manufacturer protection prevents untrusted code from loading during boot? Well, we talked about this. This is secure boot process. Okay, and are encryption keys stored in hardware? Are encryption keys stored in software or hardware? I'm pretty sure they're stored in software. No? They're stored in hardware? Okay. I wonder... So the encryption keys are hard... They're hard-coded? Okay, task 4. APTs meet mobile devices. Oh, TPM. Okay. Right. That makes sense. Okay, so mobile devices are an enticing target for a motivated attacker. This task introduces you to how threat actors shift gears and focus on these UC targets. So App Store malware. So you may recall malicious applications disguising themselves as legitimate utilities, such as photo editors, being listed on app stores such as Google Play. While applications are vetted using automatic scanners, as proven, much like anything in cybersecurity, they're not 100% foolproof. Okay, so I guess there could be malicious applications that are listed in the store. They're less likely to be super popular applications, but I guess it is possible. The uncovering of Pegasus, a very sophisticated piece of malware designed for surveillance purposes, often gaining access via zero interaction, was capable of things such as reading emails and accessing photos, reading messages, tracking via GPS, recording phone calls, the microphone and camera without user awareness, capturing credentials, and having a very little trace of presence. So Pegasus was created by the NSO Group, which is it's a legitimate company, but I think the NSO Group got in trouble because other people, like a lot of cyber criminals, were using Pegasus as well, and that's why people are always talking about Pegasus as this big boogeyman of mobile malware. Pegasus uses a combination of one-click or zero-click attacks known as blast pass. So this hacking chain, requiring the user to only click on a URL, or even nothing at all, hacking vulnerabilities within system applications such as Messages, WhatsApp, to place itself within the device. So GroutXT says, governments. Yeah, so governments use this kind of malware against enemies of the state, like journalists. If you want to learn more about this sophisticated malware, Citizen Lab published numerous research articles which can be found here. So I'll just leave the link in the chat just in case you want to take a look at it later. To put you at ease, sophisticated tooling such as Pegasus is not deployed lightly. Cases like this only add fuel to the debate between ethical and legal and law enforcement techniques and user privacy. Other notable malware used by attackers include banking trojans such as Anubis, Cerberus, and Exodus. So what app store was found to have malicious applications available to users? Was this the Apple Store? Which app store? Was this the Android store? Which app store was this? Google Play, okay. What is the name of sophisticated malware that uses a combination of one-click and zero-click attacks? This is Pegasus. Okay, so next we're going to talk about acquisition techniques. I thought this would be a more technical room, but this is fine too. We're learning a lot about mobile forensics here. So acquisition is performed at the very early stages of mobile forensics process. Acquisition is the process of gathering data from a mobile device using a range of techniques in a forensically sound manner. This task will explore the four main acquisition techniques and tooling, and how much evidence and access can be preserved. When we discuss acquisition levels, we refer to the depth and method required to extract the data from the device. The techniques and acquisition methods used are determined by a mixture of various factors, including the ones below. So the age of the device, which would include the installed OS version, the updates, etc. The security mechanisms in place. Is it authenticated or unauthenticated access? That is the device locked or is the device unlocked? Availability of tooling to the examiner and depth of data that we want to retrieve. For example, deleted data. In mobile forensics, there are generally 4 levels of acquisition. There is this 4? Okay, this is 4. There's manual acquisition. Manually interacting with the device to gather information, such as scrolling through chat messages or taking pictures with an alternative device. Okay, so this is basically using the device as intended. So this is incredibly valuable if the device is currently unlocked, as many security mechanisms have already been bypassed. However, this raises serious issues concerning data integrity and non-repudiation. So level of access, minimal access to system logs and databases. There's the logical acquisition method. Involves using features in the mobile device's operating system, such as APIs, backup features, to extract data. This method is helpful for cases where the device is locked, using another trusted device to authenticate. So this is partial level of access. There's file system access, file system acquisition. So this involves creating an entire copy of the device's file system. It usually requires hacking a vulnerability, MDM, jailbreaking, or other specialist toolkits to obtain privileged access to the file system. And this is substantial access to the file system. And the last one is physical access, or physical acquisition. An entire bit-for-bit image of the device, allowing deleted data to be recovered. So difficult with modern devices due to the extreme security mechanisms, however incredibly valuable, especially with older devices. So this gives you full access on devices without any encryption at rest. Okay, so maintaining access, like traditional digital devices, preserving access to is a key objective for analysts. If a device is unlocked, we must ensure that it remains unlocked. An unlocked device is the best case scenario for an analyst, as it means that a set amount of security mechanisms are no longer applied. Disabling the lock screen timer, which can be configured in the respective settings of Android and iOS can be an effective way of ensuring that a device remains unlocked. So auto lock, never. I didn't know that you could set this. I guess it makes sense. So initially, it is essential to enable the airplane mode on mobile devices. Is it? This prevents any modification to data. In the case of iOS, it prevents remote wiping via the Find My feature. Oh, that's clever. So airplane mode makes sure that Wi-Fi is off, which means that the device can't communicate with over the internet, right? Okay. Manual acquisition. So the method of acquisition is a preliminary means of retrieving data within the investigation process. This involves collecting evidence by navigating around the phone, opening various applications or messages, and taking pictures of the information present using another device. While manual acquisition requires the device to be unlocked, it can be a great way to get key information quickly. However, it must be noted that this breaks non-repudiation and authenticity of the data, potentially making it inadmissible and untrustworthy. Moreover, many artifacts may be missed due to the inability to look at system logs and files directly. Okay, Tommy, hey, nice to see you here. To be called HackerFrog, there sure are a lot of birds. Well, you know, birds are the friends of frogs. Well, sometimes. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they get along. Logical acquisition. Okay, so let's see. Logical acquisition involves using features within the mobile device's operating system data to extract data. Okay, so logical acquisition means that we're using the features of the mobile device to make a backup of the device, right? They're all nature. They're all part of the circle of life. That's what they are. Okay, and you can make a backup, and if you can make a backup, that's a really good thing. Well, how do you pronounce that? Mayan has subscribed. Has just subscribed on Twitch. It's getting late. Thank you very much, Mauen. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. There's file system acquisition. This method provides an entire extraction of the file system itself. It is a much more comprehensive technique than others, such as logical acquisition. To illustrate, operating system data will be included within the extraction, potentially enabling the recovery of deleted data and additional data that backups do not include, allowing for a comprehensive analysis. Performing a file system acquisition involves privileged access to the device. What that entails exactly is covered in the next task. However, it usually involves gaining root access, often hacking vulnerabilities in the device to bypass security mechanisms. Okay, so let's answer the questions. If I wanted to recover deleted data, what acquisition method would I try? If I wanted to recover deleted data, so that would be file system acquisition. No? I guess this would be logical acquisition? Nope. This is... There's logical, there's manual. What was the other one? Manual, logical, physical. Physical? Okay. So which acquisition method involves using the features of the operating system to extract data? Logical? Okay. What is the name of the tool that can be used to perform a backup of an iPhone via the CLI? So they mention it over here. iDevice Backup 2. And what is the name of the tool that can be used to perform a backup of an Android via the CLI? Please note that we're looking for the acronym. Okay, so ADB? Okay, so next, specialist acquisition techniques. Specialist utilities. Specialist hardware and software suites are available to specific organizations. For example, Cellebrite UFED is an advanced acquisition analysis hardware and software suite only accessible to law enforcement, government agencies, and similar organizations. It uses sophisticated techniques to bypass security mechanisms and analyze mobile devices. Other specialist utilities include the Oxygen suite, which can be used to extract cloud data as well as data within the device and bypass certain security mechanisms. Okay, there's jailbreaking. Jailbreaking involves hacking a known vulnerability within a mobile device's operating system to provide what's known as root-level access, allowing complete control over the device. This technique provides unfiltered access to the device, but permanently modifies it, so it is not forensically sound. While jailbreaking is still possible, it's usually only possible on older operating system versions once a hack is discovered. If, for example, the device does not have the latest updates. Custom bootloading. This technique involves getting the mobile device to boot into a temporary custom operating system that provides low-level access to the device and bypasses security mechanisms. It differs from others, such as jailbreaking, as it does not permanently alter the device, making it forensically sound. However, security mechanisms such as encryption may still be in place, especially with modern devices storing encryption keys in a dedicated hardware component. Moreover, modern devices use what's known as secure boot chain to ensure that only device trusted and verified code will execute, making custom bootloading much harder. There's JTAG. JTAG, Joint Test Action Group, was initially used to diagnose circuit board components. However, it has made its way into mobile forensics by physically extracting data directly from the mobile device's hardware components. JTagging is now considered obsolete for modern devices, primarily due to the risks, tools, and knowledge required. Okay, we got brute forcing. While we previously mentioned in this room that modern devices have security mechanisms against brute forcing things like the PIN code, the user must set these up. If they are not, tooling can be used to guess the PIN code to unlock the device randomly. Snow says, "Bro, don't read all the words." Well, you know, I'm trying to understand what's going on here, so that's why I try to read the words. It helps me remember what is actually being covered here. While it's incredibly time-consuming, if you're motivated enough, you will eventually get it, even if it's in 10 years. Mobile devices usually include protections such as rate limiting or lockout for X time after Y attempts, which increase each time they are triggered. And we got cloud extraction. Much more law-based approach, cloud extraction involves submitting legal requests to manufacturers. Vespoli, thank you. Okay, so we're going to retrieve application-specific information or backups. In most cases, this can be a more fruitful approach. I thought you were reading to get more live time. The other thing is that when you're live streaming, you can't be silent and read and just read stuff in your head, because it's not very engaging. So if it's just me staring at a screen and asking you to read by yourself, it's not very entertaining. So what is the name of the technique that boots the device into a temporary operating system, often bypassing security mechanisms? So this is what is this called? It's called custom bootloading. Okay, so what's the name of the technique that hacks a known vulnerability within the device, granting it full or root access? So this is going to be called jailbreaking. All right, so we finally got into the practical portion of the room. What do we got? So for the practical, you will take the place of a forensics analyst on a mobile analyst team at TryHackMe. Okay. This private organization performs forensic service on a wide variety of devices. So you need to create the case, you need to add the evidence item using the following details, perform the data acquisition, and export the report to retrieve the flag. Martha McCreary has just subscribed on YouTube, thank you. And you know what? Let's do a slightly different redeem. How about some war games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so deploy the static site attached to the task. The details about the iPhone you're going to perform an acquisition on has been provided in the table below. Make sure to fill this out when adding the item as evidence. Okay, so it looks like we're not going to be really using any fancy software, but we're going to be using a web app instead. Now that's a game, says Brumbo. Okay, we need to create a case, and let's do that. So we use the analyst, okay? Yeah. And I guess the case ID number can be this. All right, let's create the case. So I guess we're going to add an item. So this is supposed to be an iPhone, right? So if this is an iPhone, I guess we would describe it as an iPhone. It says this is a silver iPhone. Operating system is going to be iOS. And the investigator is going to be the analyst. This is today's date. I think this number is the same here. Okay, so I guess we just need to save this. Okay, so view evidence log, view case, upload photo, configure capture, begin capture. I guess we can begin the capture. Take the following steps to continue. Plug the iPhone into the analyst machine. Ensure the iPhone is powered on. Enter airplane mode. Perform trusted pairing. Disable lockout mechanism. So do I just need to click on these? GredXT says, a lot of the practical tools are expensive and under wraps, unfortunately. I guess if you wanted to learn how to do this, the easiest way to do this is to find some really old devices. Because really old mobile devices probably don't have very many security mechanisms. And they're probably a lot easier to do testing on. Okay, so click on proceed. We're hacking the mainframe! I guess the music kind of fits too. GredXT says, become law enforcement and get vendor-specific training on the toolkit. If only, huh? You know, you would suspect that that law enforcement tools would get leaked out, but I guess that's that'll happen every once in a while. It's not really something that you can depend on. Somebody has to extract that stuff from from law enforcement in the first place, and I'm not going to encourage anybody to do that. All right, let's go ahead and export this data. You have successfully forensically acquired a device. Here's your flag. Sure. Done. Okay, conclusion. Well done, you've made it to the end. Who knew mobile acquisition could be so varied? Let's recap what you've covered. The protection mechanisms that manufacturers use to protect their operating systems, user, and privacy. Why APTs are focusing their sights on these devices. The various depths of acquisition techniques, and how specialized tooling and techniques can play a part in the acquisition process. Finally, you got some hands-on experience in simulated mobile forensics tooling suites, such as capturing a mobile device. Okay. I thought this would be... Yeah, I definitely thought this would be more technical. But maybe we could look for some other modules that cover this kind of stuff. So to everybody who's interested in getting in actually doing some mobile forensics, like I said, the best way to do it is to get a bunch of really old devices, because really old devices don't have very many security mechanisms. Okay, let's go ahead and solve the room. Done. Yay! Okay, let's see if we can look up some other stuff. So we'll look for some stuff related to mobile. So mobile acquisition, mobile malware analysis, iOS analysis, mobile analysis, Android analysis. Okay. I think, well, the unfortunate thing is that none of these are really free, except for this one. So mobile malware analysis, we could cover this one of these days. And I'll leave this in the chat. GradXT says, mobile malware analysis, I've got a bit of experience with it. I wonder... Well, I mean, GradXT, if you've got a little bit of experience with mobile malware analysis, what would you recommend as a platform for doing the analysis? Are you using like all of the is there like specific software that you use for mobile stuff, or is it basically using stuff like IDA Pro and Ghidra? I guess the difficulty is in emulating the OS for the device involved. Okay, we got ads in progress right now. Okay, I need a little water break, but in the meantime, please watch these birds. Alright, we should be back in about 20 seconds. You just gotta have to have a little drink of water. That's just for you, my friend. That's just for you. Okay, so, well, I'm glad you're happy about the Budweiser frogs. GradXT says Android applications run in JVM. So Java virtual machines? Java virtual machines, right? So the best tooling is Java Decompiler for easy to read code, always mentioning decompiler.com. It has an APK decompiler. I think we're gonna have to look into that. GX000, there's a cooldown. I think it's either 1 minute or 5 minutes for the redeems. But try again in like 5 minutes. Yeah, I can't let people spam. I can't let people spam the stream. Okay, so sorry, was there also something for... So there's mobile, and how about some stuff specific for Android? Okay, so Android hacking 101. Ah, okay. I think this might be fun to look at as well. So this is basically Android pen testing stuff. This is a pretty old room, but let's see how old it is. So this is many years old. So how many years is this? So 1, 2, 4? This is like 4 years old already. But if you're interested in taking a look at this, Android Studio has a device emulator, by the way. Oh, really? Let me look this up. Run apps on the Android emulator, Android Studio. I mean, it makes sense that they would have something like this because they want the app developers to have access to something they can test with. Yeah, this looks really cool. Run apps on the Android emulator. Okay, so we're finished with this, and I think what should we do to wind down? I really want to do some more. I really want to do some Docker labs, because there's nothing better than doing some boot to root machines. So we might end the stream with one of these. How about we do the Agua de Mayo challenge over here? Okay, so let's go ahead and download this machine, and then we can start doing some fun Linux pen testing. And in the meantime, we can set up some tabs. So this is going to be my Docker Labs tab. And we can make this red. And we're going to need a shell access tab. It's kind of funny that this is like my favorite thing in the world. My favorite thing in the world is basically breaking into remote servers. But it is kind of addicting if you do it enough. Let's make this orange. We need a nmap thing. Nmap enum. We'll make this blue. And there's probably going to be a web app stuff, web app enumeration stuff as well. Let's make this green. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to do brute forcing. Just in case we need to do some brute forcing stuff. Let's make this yellow. Kill says, I have learned how to change the color tabs. Yeah, it's an important thing to do when you got a bunch of tabs running on your terminal. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove auto deploy. Unzip. What is this called? Agua de Mayo. Adua de Mayo? Why is this misspelled? That's kind of funny. I like multiple virtual desktops for each category. Whatever works for you. The most important thing about Linux is that when you run Linux, you run it whatever way you want to. Okay, so let's run this thing on Agua de Mayo. So Agua de Mayo is water of May? Mayo is May, right? I've just been running around with 10 terminals. Of course. No, don't run around with 10 terminals. Run tabs inside your terminals, please. Okay, so we got this IP address here. This is stuff that I know, and that's why I like doing this. Okay, we got port 22 and we've got port 80. Usually you're going to find some sort of credentials through scanning the web page on port 80, and then you're going to get some you're going to get the credentials that are going to let you log into port number 22 over here, which is SSH, which is remote login. And you know what? Thank goodness it's Friday, everybody. TGIF. Let's go ahead and do this. And Kilb, welcome back to the stream, and let's give you a fun video redeem. How about we give you the numbers? If you remember what game this is from, then congratulations.
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. You want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
So if you remember that, yeah, that's Black Ops 1. That's Call of Duty Black Ops 1. And good on you for recognizing that. Okay, so we've got a web page over here. It's a default page. Apache Debian default, it works. I guess we can do some web app enumeration first. Oh, that's the wrong IP address. There's an images directory. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's manually enumerate this first. HTTP. Okay, so this is a Debian default page. Sometimes there's some funny stuff left in the notes in the comments, but that's not. Ooh, I think that's this is going to be one of those times. Okay. This looks like some is this brain love? Is this the brain? Is this the brain? Is this the brain? Maybe. Okay, so brain luck. Yeah, brain luck, of course. So let's look this up. Brain. Is it decode? Would we call this decoding? Decode. JS luck. Okay, so we can go ahead and paste this in. And try decoding this. Okay, so we get something. Bebe agua something something. So this is probably a password. Bebe agua que esano? Spanish translate. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's go ahead and translate this. So if you speak Spanish and you think you know what this might, drink healthy water. Oh, bebe. Bebe is drink. Agua is water. Drink water that is healthy. So this would be the password. Well, I mean, I'm assuming this is a password. So let's make a little file called pass.txt. Echo this in. Stay hydrated. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. All right. So, I mean, this could also be the name of an endpoint. So we can try just navigating to this endpoint. Nope. So the other thing we could do is we could try throwing Ferrex Buster at this. We can throw Ferrex Buster at this. We would just use a standard list like user share word lists directory list medium. Directory list 2.3 medium. Okay. Let's see if we... Okay. Agua ssh.jpg. Huh. I guess I should have investigated this images directory. All right, let's check this out. So agua ssh.jpg. Let's download this.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up,
Cyber Dante, thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet. That's what we do around here. And how are you doing? I don't think you've come around the stream. I don't think you've come around the stream today. How's everything in the bug bounty business? Okay, let's open this up. Okay. So this is a picture of some water. It's been pretty good. Just got another reward today with my first officially paid IDOR. Was it a very difficult IDOR to attack, or was it just changing some numbers? Strings. Yeah, we can... Well, I mean, there are a few different things we could try on this. I think we're going to have to use some steganography. And the password is going to be the password that we captured on the page. So steghide. What is it called? Yeah. So try to get information about embedded data. Yeah. Enter passphrase. So the passphrase is going to be... Cyber Dante says, actually no, just changing some characters. The object ID was a UUID, so it wasn't exactly iterable. But yeah, it was classic IDOR. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear that that this kind of stuff still works. So this is the password we got from somewhere. See if we can use this. Let's try that one more time. So apparently this isn't the password for this SSH thing. How about we haven't tried exif tool on this yet. So nothing in the exif information. Couldn't find a valid passphrase. A parasolve. A parasolve or a zsteg? Zsteg is for PNG files. So it says this is an SSH. Agua. Well, maybe the name of the user is just Agua, and we need to log in with SSH. Maybe that's it. So SSH Agua at. Okay, we need to remove the previous entry for this IP address. That wasn't the password. Hold on. Nope. Okay, so we're guessing that this might be the password for a user named Agua. We're in! Pink Armor. Nice to see you here, Pink Armor. Okay, we just managed to break in. Let's go ahead and put on Scary Hacker Voice Man. It's always good to have Scary Hacker Voice Man visit the stream from time to time. It means we're doing stuff right. Hey there, everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Agua de Mayo Administrator, it seems like you like to leave weird messages on your landing page in Brain Luck. It turns out we know what that is, so we managed to get a password from it. And then you left a username in your images directory. We combined these two aspects, and then we logged in as the Agua user. Maybe you knew about these security problems, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in. Okay, we managed to break in. Cyber Dante says, "Hi, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Did you apply the voice filter at that time?" Did this is Scary Hacker Voice Man. This is Scary Hacker Voice Man. Does that sound the same? Because if it sounds the same, then Oh, the voice filter's not working. Jeez. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna have to play around with the settings afterwards. Okay, so we've got a big tar file in here. I wonder if this has anything to do with... Huh. So is this... Is this the way we get privilege escalation? I don't know. Okay, so we can run with, well, we've got sudo permissions. So we can use the better cap program. I don't know what this is. So if you know what the better cap program is, let us know. So just first of all, just in case, I'm gonna try looking this up on GTFO bins. Not ettercap. Well, I mean, it's not on GTFO bins. Let's see. Linux better cap. Better cap. Okay. So I mean, it seems that this is better cap, but I don't know what this thing does. It says the Swiss Army knife for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, low energy, wireless HID hijacking, CAN bus IPv4 and IPv6, network reconnaissance, and MITM attacks. And we've got a GitHub as well. And if anybody wants to take a look at the GitHub, I'll provide the GitHub in the chat. Okay, so it's a powerful, easily extensible, portable framework written in Go. Aims to offer to security researchers, red teamers, and reverse engineers an easy-to-use, all-in-one solution with all the features that might possibly need for performing reconnaissance and attacking Wi-Fi networks. So, I mean, if we're doing privilege escalation, what we need to do is we need to see if we can run system commands. Oh, load a session script. So I think this could also be a method that we can get privilege escalation with. We just need to figure out how to write the scripts. Run. Oh, okay. So eval. Run one or more commands separated by semicolon. In the interactive session, used to set variables. Okay, so how can we do the interactive session? So sudo better cap eval bash. Okay. So it looks like we're in better cap now. Let's exit out of here. Let me see if I can get a cheat sheet for this program. Better cap. Cheat sheet. Okay, so there's specified networking interface, enable something. Okay, let me switch up the music. Let's play some, it's time for the FTL music. So how do we get this to run our system commands? So eval string, -eval string. Run one or more commands separated by semicolon. In the interactive session, used to set variables via command line. No. Execute a shell command and print out its output. Okay. So we can do exclamation point command. So exclamation point, who am I? We're root. Okay. I guess from here, what we could do is we could just send out a reverse shell. But actually, let's see if bash works. Bash doesn't work. Okay, so let's try sending out a reverse shell using this using these commands here. So we'll set up a reverse shell listener, and then we'll see if we can run some sort of reverse shell command. Is there busybox? Error exit status 1, so maybe not. Okay, so there's netcat, if there's netcat, we can probably run the netcat named pipe reverse shell. What we got here? So revshells.com, and in revshells.com we've got a bunch of different reverse shells we can use. Let's try the netcat named pipes. And we'll switch it up. It feels like the ads are very, very frequent nowadays. But let me put in an ad break, and let's go ahead and put on some birds. We'll be back in about a minute or so. How about this squirrel? That's a happy squirrel. I think we're pretty close. We're pretty close to finishing this this box, and we still have quite a bit of time left in the stream too. Okay, let's put the squirrel away. All right. So that didn't go through. Okay, you know what that means? That means we need to figure out another reverse shell command. How about this one? So another thing that we need to do is we need to double check our IP address, because if we're not using the correct IP address, that's a big problem. Wait, how about we ping our machine? Oh, that didn't work either. Anyways, let's exit out of here first. Let's try... Oh, there's no ping. So the reason why we can't ping the machine is because there's no ping installed. Okay. So let's continue trying to figure out if we can get a reverse shell. That didn't work either. Let's start checking for some tools. So there's no Python 3. Is there Perl? There is Perl. So we could try a Perl reverse shell. Our Docker IP address is this, so it is the correct one. Okay, so let's get a Perl reverse shell. Perl, Perl, Perl. Here it is. That's kind of long. We want something that is not going to be super... Well, we could try this. That didn't work. Just for... We'll try this other Perl command. Okay, that didn't work. Is there PHP installed? No, there's no PHP. Is there Ruby? Is there... Is there SOCAT? No. What other technologies can we start looking for? Okay, is there Java, Telnet? Telnet, that's kind of funny. Are you sure that Bash is installed? We're pretty sure. Yeah, there's been Bash. And Nephos. Nephos or Nephos? Let us know which one that is. Welcome to the stream. Here's a... Oh gosh, we've got so many of these. How about a desert frog? There you go. Oh, is there Golang? Yeah, let's check to see if there's Golang installed. There is Go. Okay. So we could try using a Golang reverse shell. I've never tried this before. Exit status 2. Still not getting a connection. There's no PHP. There's no Lua. There is Perl, but we weren't able to get that going. Awk. Awk? You can run awk to get a reverse shell? Wow. There's probably awk. There is awk. Okay. Let's... Oh man. Let's try this out. But I think it doesn't like it when there are too many special symbols in these reverse shell commands. Yeah. Dart, VLAN, Golang, ZSH, Telnet. There's almost no way there's going to be some Telnet in here. Yeah, no for that. Java, Java. There's also Node.js. SOCAT, Ruby. Is there Ruby? Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree by trying to get these reverse shell commands working. Perl pentest monkey. Oh, this is a really long curl command, or really long Perl command. Got PHP, OpenSSL. Oh, yeah, there should be OpenSSL installed on this as well. Which OpenSSL? Yeah, it works. Well, it's installed anyways. And that means we can try this one out. I wonder what went wrong there. I think it could be that it doesn't like piping commands. Write out the Python script in Nano and then run Python file in BetterCap. I don't think we have Python installed. Yeah, but even if it's not installed, well, yeah, I'm not too sure if it's going to work if Python's not installed in the system. Something similar with the bash script. I think. Well, I can try giving some more of these bash ones a try. Bash readline, bash simple bash I. This looks kind of funny. Can't you set up the HTTP server path on temp and then HTTP server? Isn't that a feature of BetterCap? I don't know what the features of BetterCap are, actually. So this is my first time I've ever encountered BetterCap. But I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that we could do to get privilege escalation on here. For example, we could probably do something like copy, etc. Copy, etc. We can just chmod 777, etc. shadow. And then we could just take a look at the contents. Actually, we could just take a look at the contents right now. So we could just do cat, etc. shadow. And then we could try doing some, oh, there's no root password. Huh, that's funny. There's only a password for Agua. Oh, you know what? Another thing we could do is we could take a look inside the root directory. So we got some stuff in here. Do we have is there anything in the SSH directory? It looks like there is. So that's, I thought there was going to be something in here. I guess there's nothing in here. Oh, we also have bash history that hasn't been redacted. Okay, let's try reading that. So cat roots.bash history. What? It looks like wow. So they downloaded an image from Pixabay. This doesn't really help us, but it's kind of funny. Okay, so so we were able to give the full file permissions to this. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this is what we can do. We can just create a script that does bin bash, and then we can create a script that does bin bash, and then we can make the script executable, or we can make it an SUID binary, right? So, how do we do that? So echo bin bash to temp rootbash.sh. Okay, and then we do chmod what was it? 777 to tmp root bash.sh. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is we need to give this script SUID, the SUID bit. And how do we do that? This isn't something I've really researched before. Okay, so give a file SUID bit Linux. Okay, so you can use chmod command with the symbolic or octal mode. The symbolic mode uses U plus S to set the SUID bit. Okay, so chmod U plus S. Wait, what was that? U plus S. Okay, and from here we just get out of here. We move into the temp directory and we run rootbash.sh. What? It's got the SUID binary set. Oh, you know, does it only work for binaries and not for scripts? I would have expected that this script would give us root permissions. You have to pass P. Oh, okay. You can copy the entire bash binary. You can copy the entire bash binary and then do that. You have to pass. Okay. Let's try that. So we're going to echo out bin bash -p into temp root underscore bash.sh. Still didn't work. Well, okay, we'll do what GradXT suggested. We can just copy the bash binary over. Okay, sudo bettercap. Copy bin bash over to temp, yeah. So copy bin bash to temp bash. And then chmod u plus s temp bash. Okay, so run bash. Huh. It didn't give us root. You know, that's funny. I wonder why this isn't working. You have to do, oh, we need to run it with -p? Okay. Okay, it works now, it works now. Yeah, great. Thank you, Nethos. Thank you for letting us know about that. Okay, we're root now, great. We can move into the root directory, but we already had access to it. We got better cap history. This is this is a barrel of laughs. So bettercap.history. Yeah, anybody who is doing a security audit and found this history right here, they would probably not have a very good day. But maybe we should delete this. So if we were, you know, smart people, we would delete this file so that they can't find it. And the other thing is the history file over here as well. Although I guess it's not saving it right now. Oh, maybe... Anyways, we can move into the... So there are no flags on these exercises here. So we're just going to do some web page, what was it, vandalism? To let everybody know that we were here. So let's go ahead and echo out. Hello, Agua de Mayo admins. We are the HackerFrogs, and we broke into your server, then got root access. Please don't leave weird little messages encoded in brain fart with passwords for your users on your index page. And also, don't let your users have sudo permissions with programs that can run system commands like bettercap, because they can be used for privilege escalation. Better luck next time. Signed, the Shy Hat and the HackerFrogs. Dated 2025, 0606. Okay. It'd be funny if the webpage had frog memes as a defacement. You know, something that I need to do is I need to figure out how to write some basic... Oh wait, we didn't output that into index.html. Okay. We need to figure out how to make this look nicer, but I'm not much of a web developer. Maybe something that we could include is we could include like a little picture. I'll start running it off screen sometime. All right, let's go ahead and access this from the web page. Okay, so this is our defacement message over here. Hello, Agua de Mayo admins. We are the HackerFrogs, and we broke into your server and got root access. Please don't leave weird little messages encoded in brainfart with your passwords for your users on your index page. Also, don't let your users have sudo permissions with programs that can run system commands like bettercap, because they can be used for privilege escalation. Better luck next time. Signed, the Shy Hat and the HackerFrogs. TM Rahul. TM Rahul. Hello, bro. Nice to see you here. Let's go ahead. Well, this is done. Let me write a couple of quick notes for this machine, just because if you didn't document it, then it didn't happen. Let me go over to my GitHub, and I can put this in my write-ups. Walkthroughs. This is Docker Labs. This is an easy machine. It's called Agua de Mayo. Okay, so what do we put in here? So this is I guess we need to put down the vulnerabilities. There's no real, I mean, the vulnerability in this case is sensitive data. Sensitive data included in web page source code. Bubble Tiger, nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome. So sensitive data included in web page source code, and username disclosure via file names. And the last thing would be privilege escalation via what do we call this? Via binaries that run system commands. Okay, so I guess we'll just make a couple of bullet notes here. There is a password encoded in on the index page in the HTTP comments. Bebel Tiger says, I haven't forgotten it yet. What were we talking about for forgetting? Let us know. Hey, you know what? Let's redeem this because we became root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, and in the where is it? In the images directory, there is a reference to a username, Agua. Once in, the Agua user has sudo permissions with the bettercap program, which can run system commands. Okay, and then what else? What did we do? We created a SUID binary version of the bash command in the temp directory and used it to gain a root shell. I guess we can include the instructions here as well. Mention the exclamation part syntax because it took a while to find. Yeah, okay. So once running the BetterCat program, use exclamation point command to run a command. For example, exclamation point who am I? So the command was this, right? So echo no. Copy bin bash to temp bash. Then chmod u+s temp bash, and then temp bash -p. Okay. Yeah, so that's a write-up. Oh, we got another ad running, geez. Let's go ahead and run the ad on YouTube. And then let's put on some birds. Here's another woodpecker. Where is that guy? Here he comes. Come on over. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Just got to have a little water break and to wait. We need to wait for the ads to run by. Okay, I wonder if we could solve another one of these challenges today. It'd be fun if we could do another one really quick. But I'm kind of afraid if we get stuck in a rabbit hole and I have to. I definitely don't want to end super late today. But let's put the bird away, and we'll give it a try. Okay, so we did Agua de Mayo. That's great. Let's get out of here and let's delete the Docker container because it's kind of a big one. Okay, so let's get rid of the tar files. Let's get rid of the zip files. And let's get rid of the auto deploy script. Then let's download the next machine. So the next machine on the list is going to be what? It's going to be presenter. Let's download that. Okay, 223 megabytes, not very big. %, how many percent? 45, 52. Okay, and then let's run the auto deploy script. You know, the funnest part of any CTF box challenge is the initial scans, because when you're doing your initial scans, anything could be on the box. There could be something really, really fun on the box, and this is what we're all hoping for. There's only port 80. You know what that means? That means we're gonna have to do some sort of remote code execution from the web application. So presenter CTF. What is this? Is this like a CTF challenge website? Let's check it out manually. Okay, so welcome to the presenter CTF, your gateway to the ultimate challenge. Are you ready for the challenge? It looks like we're gonna have to hack this site. Find us at presenter.hl. Okay, I guess we need to, well, just for fun, we'll copy this over to the etc host file. Okay, so this is presenter.hl. Okay, so let's see if this gets us any additional functionality. Huh, alright. This is a different page. Game Boy, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so when we Oh, this is a WordPress. This is a WordPress site. Okay, I guess we need to bust out our WordPress tools. So WP scan. End stream 12:30 a.m. WP scan incoming. Okay, I hope not. I really hope not. All right, let's see what's happening. Page to upload shell. Well, yeah, so this is what's probably going to happen. We're probably going to find some sort of vulnerability in WordPress, and then we're going to get access to... there's a hacker user. There's a Pressy user and a hacker user. So we just need to figure out what version of WordPress is being used. This version is out of date. 2024 version something. WordPress version 6.6.1. I don't think this one is vulnerable. Galaxy says glitchy Twitch mobile app hid the text box. I couldn't see what I was typing. So, okay. So WordPress, this version of WordPress doesn't look vulnerable to anything immediately. No plugins found. No themes found. 2024 always theme is always a red flag. Overused. Maybe. But we don't know what... It doesn't say here what version is being used. Well, maybe we can take a look at... we can take a look inside. We might be able to figure out what version is being used. Okay, so maybe there's something in the README. 2024, it doesn't say which version. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should just search for... for 2024. So no results, huh? I don't think I've updated SearchSploit in a while. Maybe I should update it. Maybe I'm thinking of a different 2024 theme that's vulnerable. Maybe? I'll try updating SearchSploit because SearchSploit, well, I mean 2024 wasn't that long ago. So there might be some stuff that's recent. I don't know if that actually updated. So the other thing we could do is we could take a look at the articles. So there might be some clues inside the articles on the blog. Let's check it out. It says presenter. That didn't work. Okay. So what are the... where are the articles? Okay. I should probably translate this. Profile.php. Profile.php? Did you apt update there first? Yeah, I think we updated first. The Adventures of Pressy and His Faithful Hacker. Okay. Do you think there might be a password? Because we found a couple of users. There's Pressy and there's Hacker. I think we could try making a short word list from the stuff in that post. So with this what is it called? Cool? I should probably wrap this up. Okay, so we got a bunch of words that we could potentially use as passwords. Let's see if we can try logging in. So the login page is at WP login, right? No? Is it at WP admin? This doesn't give us anything. Where's the login page? Okay, so this is... So this is 1, this is 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So where is the typical login page? Okay, WP admin. It's probably here. Try login admin. Okay, so this is where we can log in. So what was the name of that one guy? Pressy. Okay, so we can try logging in as Pressy. Where was it? Here, Pressy. Test. Okay, so we're just gonna capture this in Burp Suite, and we'll try to do some fuzzing. Okay, Burp Suite. Open up the Burp Suite browser. Proxy. Open browser. Send request to update the username. Do we need to? I don't know if we need to do that. Pressy. Test. Okay, so now that we've got this recorded, HTTP history, and then the post request, let's go ahead and save this. Copy the file, request.txt. Okay, and then we can edit the request.txt. So log pressy password test, but it's not test, it's going to be fuzz, because we're fuzzing this password. Okay, save this out. FFUF. The WordPress is going to be, the word list is going to be cool.txt. So let's just look through this to see if there are any weird outliers. Okay. So I don't think there's anything in this word list here. Let's replace Prezi with the hacker user. And we'll try one more time. It looks like none of this came back either. So what else can we do? We could try to get WP scan to do a brute force attack. I kind of forget how to do that though. So WP scan. Brute force. Okay, so WP scan URL passwords. All right. WP scan passwords. Thank you very much, GX000. User share word lists rocku.txt. Okay, let's do our brute force attack. I kind of doubt it's gonna be able to find a password, but just in case. Performing password attacks on MXL RPC. Okay. The nice thing that is that it's alternating between the two usernames. We can let this go for, well, we'll let this go and we'll go and do something else. I wonder if there's a robots.txt file on here. Sometimes. No, no robots.txt. I remember there was a backups directory in the in one of the other machines that I was looking at. Pressy username, hacker password. Hacker password? Really? Pressy and hacker is the password? Yeah, well, I mean, we can try, sure. Game Boy, yeah, that's actually not a bad suggestion. Oh, where was it? Okay, so Pressy hacker. Or hacker Pressy. Well, wasn't, it's not the case for this application, but it is a good suggestion. Okay, so let's try Ferrex bustering this thing. Okay, lots of stuff. This is pretty slow. Oh, we got one. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, okay. So we're in. So we did some good old brute forcing. Yeah. Okay, let's switch this over to English. Now we're in WordPress. Okay, so from here we can just add some code to one of the theme files. Why is this not in English? I thought I switched the language. Okay, so we can go to the site editor. No, it's not going to take 20 minutes. We've actually done this pretty recently. We've done this pretty recently. Okay, so we need to go over to... Wow, this is pretty laggy though. Hold on. Okay. I really want to switch this over to English because this is where can we switch languages? Close the sites that you're not using. So I'm not there are many tabs that I'm not using. I need to close those. Okay, that should be better. That's me when I'm CTFing at least 300 or more tabs. I feel the pain. I feel the pain. Okay, so I just need to figure out where we... So temas, these are themes, right? So we can go to themes. And we've got, we can personalize the 2024 theme, I think. Try paginas. Okay, so I think we're using the site editor right now. And I think from here we can edit the pages. Can we? CTF run on Google server PC with so many tabs. Big Task at Hand says, hi, can my comment be seen? Yeah, Big Task at Hand, you've been here before. We're doing a live stream right now. Okay, maybe I need to go to Pajunas from another... This is siteeditor.php. We need to edit the code. Oh wait, I can translate right here, right? Okay, let's translate from Spanish to English. Okay, so tools, users, plugins, appearance, themes, editor of theme files. Okay, edit the theme files. Happy Friday! Hey, Gredoxy says, I love a browser that makes browsing more ephemeral, and I can forget about the tab and it would take care of itself eventually. Yes, okay, so this is the 2024, this is CSS. Let's go ahead and access one of the... Let's see, where are the PHP? Where are the PHPs? So parts, footer, header, these are all HTML. I'm looking for... Okay, so there's functions.php. Is this functions? This is functions.php. Okay. Thank you very much. Slyborg is raiding with the party of 26. Wow. Thank you, Slyborg. Welcome, welcome. Geez, we're just trying to hack some WordPress over here. Why don't we give you a go to hack?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Have a great day, everybody. Go to hack. Okay, so we can put some PHP code in here. I think all we need to do is this one. So if is set get command, this is going to install a web shell. Cyphernigma says cat ln root Betty is cool. Yeah, Betty is cool. Betty is an awesome cat. And Betty is Slyborg's cat. If you do not follow Slyborg, let's give Slyborg a shout out. Betty for the win. Yeah, Betty is the best cat. So if you don't follow Slyborg, go ahead and follow Slyborg. They are Slyborg is a great hacking student, a person who's learning hacking stuff. Yeah. They also do some. Well, Slyborg also does gaming. They're. Did you finish The Last of Us 2? I remember you were doing The Last of Us 2 for many streams. But yeah, we're just trying to figure out how to inject some JavaScript code into this website here. Okay, so PHP is up here. We're just going to put some PHP code in here. I think this should be okay. Okay, so we're going to save this out, and then we're going to go over to functions.php. Let's see if I can locate this first. So yeah, it should be in here. Okay, let's save this out, and then we'll see if we can get the Oh, Slyborg, yeah. Slyborg finally finished The Last of Us 2. That's great. And thank you very much for coming by and rating. And you have to go. You probably need to get some sleep or get something to eat. And you know what? Let's give you a hack the planet to see you out. Hack the planet, Cyborg.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
What? What does this say? It is not possible to communicate with the site to check the fatal error, so the change of PHP has been reversed. You will need to upload the change to your PHP file by other means, such as using SFTP. That's... Am I not able to edit this? Hold on, let me try saving this again. Do I not have permissions with this user? Okay, let me check what this user can do. Gotta translate from Spanish to English all the time. Name the account, new password, app passwords. So are we not an administrator on the site? All users. Okay, so we got, yeah, we're the administrator here. So I don't understand why we're not able to modify the pages. Let me try that one more time. Let's go back. Okay, so let's see. What we want to do is we want to put in some PHP code at the top of the page. Can you connect using FTP? No, there's no FTP. There's no FTP port that's open on the system. So we're just trying to inject this right here. And put it up here. I'm pretty sure this is... Okay, let's try one more time. It's not possible to communicate with the site to check back the fatal errors. So the PHP code has been reversed. Is there something wrong with the code I'm writing? Functions.php, assets. Well, let's try another. These are all the other files here are all HTML files. We need to edit a PHP file. Patterns. Banner hero.php. Maybe we could try one of these. How about you put all the code inside? Okay, you know what? I think we could try deleting everything else. So if we delete everything else, and just do this. It doesn't let us edit this. So let's try another file. So there's banner hero.php. Maybe we can try editing another file. Okay, so this is another PHP file. Let's inject our code here. Oh, you know, is it because the indentation is wrong? Because I noticed that here there's indentation here. That might be it. It might be because there's a weird indentation. I don't know. Anyways, let's paste this in. Let's make sure that the indentation is the correct way. And let's try saving this file. Let's try PHP command small. Does this work? Can't save it. I think there might be something up with the settings that don't let us save this out. Usually end tags are more important than white space. So there is an end tag over down here. And I'm pretty sure this is legitimate. I'm pretty sure we just can't save the file. We can't make any changes. So if we go over to, if we go back to the functions page, this is functions.php. So if we just make any adjustment, just type in HackerFrogs here and try saving that out. I'm pretty sure it's not going to let us save that either. You have footer.php under patterns. Yeah, so we just can't save. So we need to, I think we might need to go into some settings and figure out what's wrong here. Okay, let's do the translation. Okay, so icon, members, let's set this to English, geez. English, please, thank you. And we can set that. Okay, settings saved. Now everything's in English, great. Okay, so Mr. Poolshot, so you have footer.php under the patterns. Yeah, for some reason, we're not able to save any of the stuff over here. Okay, so post via email. To post to WordPress by email, there must be a secret account. Okay. Update services. When you publish a new post, WordPress automatically notifies the following site update services. What is the name of this challenge again? Go to the file manager and change the file permission. Where's the file manager? Tools, file editor, theme file editor, plugin file editor, general, writing, reading. Discussion. Media. Permalinks. Theme sounds like something. Theme. Appearance themes editor. This makes everything super laggy. I think there's something in the settings. There's something in the settings that's preventing us from updating the pages. Try plugin manager. Okay, so we've got PHP compatibility checker. And we've got Hello Dolly. Have you tried to upload a custom plugin? No, we haven't tried that yet. Usually we can just edit one of the pages and get in that way. But let's see. So there's one active plugin. Can we take a look at the details of this plugin? Can we edit this plugin? GradXC says, hate to say it, but I've called fiddling around with the WordPress file manager. Oh, geez. Can we upload a file? Because if we can upload a file, then that makes it, that would make it easy. Okay, so pages. Can we upload a page? So these pages over here, they don't post.php. We can't put PHP code in the posts, can we? You can't do PHP within the article, as far as I know. Okay. Well, let's get out of here then. Can we add something to the media? Can we upload from here? Add no media file, so drop files to upload or select files. Maximum file upload 2 megabytes. So if we could upload a reverse shell, that would work. It has to be a modification in plugin or modification in plugin or theme PHP file. Well, I mean, so the theme PHP file we can't. Media might work. I don't know. Well, I mean, let's. Okay, we don't need to scan anymore. Okay, let's copy over our PHP reverse shell and let's edit the thing. Give it all the correct information. Okay, then start up a reverse shell listener. And then we can try uploading the reverse shell. Sorry, you're not allowed to upload this file type. Okay, so I guess maybe that's not the way to do it. So let's see, themes editor. We keep on going here. Themes. Customize the theme. We were here before, I'm pretty sure. Bypass fun. Yeah, if we can bypass it, then we would have some fun. Pages. So it doesn't look like we can do it from here. Theme file editor, plugin file editor. Oh, we can edit the plugins. Okay, so we can activate the hello.php file. We'll put in our good old web shell here. Okay, and then let's see if we can save this. If we can't save it, then there's file edited successfully. Okay. Okay, great. Where are the plugins located? Where are the plugins located? We also need to activate this this plugin. So plugins, installed plugin, we need to activate this. So hello Dolly, activate. Okay, so it's now activated. It might be something to note in the future if it's a pain again. WP admin shall upload in the framework that must not be named. Yeah. So we just need to locate the plugin directory. I'm pretty sure... Let's see, where's the plugin directory? So WP includes themes, widgets, languages. So it's in WP includes, I'm pretty sure. I just need the file path. So it would be plugins hello Dolly. Plugins hello Dolly .php. Hello Dolly. No. Slash plugins. Let me try asking the AI. We are looking to access the plugins directory in WordPress, specifically the Hello Dolly plugin. What is the file, the directory path? WP content plugins Hello Dolly. Okay, let's try this. Not found. So WP content plugins, but we couldn't find the Hello Dolly. So this doesn't give us anything. Is it Hello Dolly? No. It's not. It's not that either. It's not this one. Let me try Google searching this. WordPress, Hello Dolly, plugin path. WP hello.php. So is it just hello.php? No. Plugins hello.php. I think. Okay, so we can access hello.php. Now we put in the command equals who am I. Awesome, 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 awesome. Okay, we've got look around the plugin page to see if there's a test, etc., etc. Yeah, I think we've got remote code execution now. Okay, so all we need to do now is well, can we use wget? We can use wget. We can upload a reverse shell file. So we're in the the plugins directory. Okay. So wget our server, our malicious server. Let's see. It's called reverse php reverse shell.php. Okay, so we need to stand up the server first, so let's do that. Okay, let's upload the file. Then let's make sure that it's in the directory. Awesome, okay. So we just need to access the file, and we're in. And I think we're in. Done. Okay. All right, let's go ahead. I have to call on Scary Hacker Voice Man again, but hold on, let me just change out the music first. Okay, we got some Castlevania music. It's very nice. Okay, Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server. And we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Presenter... What is the name of this box again? Is it Presenter? I'm going to call it Presenter. Mr. Presenter Administrator. It looks like you didn't secure your WordPress installation. We were able to brute force the user credentials. Dumbass? Well, when you use dumbass as your password, you're the dumbass. Ha ha ha. Maybe you knew about these security problems, or maybe you decided that it was an acceptable risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, let's see if we can finish this off nice and quick. There's no Python. There's no Python 3. There's no Python 2. So to upgrade our shell, we need to do something. Hack tricks. Hold on. I need to memorize this eventually. It was... reverse shells or something. Okay. So we need to get our full TTYs using the script command. Here we go. Yeah, this one. Create a note. Yeah, I should really make a note because I keep on using this over and over again. Alright. We don't have a password for www data. So sudo is probably not the way in. So who's in the home directory? There's an enter user, but we can't enter that directory, unfortunately. Obsidian time, HackerFrogs, time to get organized. Yeah, I really should. Okay, so let's find... some SUID binaries. Are any of these unusual? I don't think they are. These are all pretty normal SUID binaries. There's nothing in the op directory. There's some weird directory that's in the temp directory that's created by MySQL. We can't enter that directory. Okay. Well, what else could we try really quick? So what's in the web app here? So index.html, register, styles. There's really... oh, the WordPress installation is not here. It's probably in the root directory. I mean, everything in here is also owned by root. So, what is being run? MySQL. Huh, there's no SS command, there's no netstat command either. Not very much that we can use to enumerate. Ty, hello, nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Nancat for you? There's no cron tab. You know what? Just because I'm trying not to... oh man, it's already... it's getting kind of late again. I'm gonna upload some... I'm gonna upload some WinPs and just have the application do it for me. Okay, so let's go into the downloads directory, then host our thing, and then upload. So wget linpeas, is it called linpeas fat? Well, linpeas is here when we need to do our, yeah, so linpeasfat.sh. Let's do that. Okay, and now let's run the script. What? Oh. Okay. Okay, so what's going on? linpeas. Tell us where the vulnerability is, please. Okay, so we've got some some suggester stuff. Apache 2 process found. Okay, now it's looking for processes. Are you using a P script? Yeah, so we're using the linp script right now. So it's the big version. Hopefully we can find some good stuff. We need to wait a minute before this scan comes back. And oh, Queso's Pook. Queso's Pook? Sorry I didn't see your message before. You got any good free online coding or programming courses that you know? Queso's Pook, if you're still here, I want you to send another message, and then I'll know that you're here. Another thing that you could tell us, Queso's Pook, which language you're interested in. So if you're interested in Python, if you're interested in C++, if you're interested in some other language, let us know. Sorry I didn't see your message before. I kind of got tunnel visioned. Trying to figure this out. Okay, so no cron jobs. No cron jobs. Unit socket listening, usually not something that we can take advantage of. Testing SU as other users with a shell using passwords, null password, the username, and top 2,000 passwords. So this is gonna try brute forcing a couple of different users. So root, the enter user. Maybe they're not going to be able to do it. So brute forcing takes a little while, so we're just going to think about what we could potentially do here. Let's see, Ty says, these are new to me. I'm still fresh. Lots of privilege escalation techniques, methods. I like learning about web applications, a lot of bug stuff, and I'm learning Python right now. Yeah, I mean that's great. That's great, Ty. If there's anything in particular you want to learn about, let me know. Maybe I can point you towards some resources. Pentester Networks says wp-config.php might contain some creds. If we can access that file, then yeah, I'm not sure if the WordPress installation is actually in the root directory or not. but I'll give it a try. I'll try searching for WP config after after the linp's scan finishes. PHP exec extensions, sites enabled. Let me make a note of this. wp-config.php would have to be readable by www data. Okay, I'll take a look at it in just a little bit. What? DB user. Oh, okay. So wp-config did have some credentials in it, and it was actually in the www directory, not the HTML directory. So admin WordPress rootable. We can probably try logging into MySQL with this information here. And actually, we could try using that password for the root user and the other user as well. Okay, that's good. Okay. I think there shouldn't be anything else super relevant in the scan here. Okay. So let's try becoming the enter user with rootable? No. Nope, that's not the password. MySQL fun hash fun. Okay, so we could try MySQL. What does the syntax look like for MySQL? MySQL Linux localhost login. Okay, so MySQL u root p. Okay. Why is it denying me? Admin, oh, it's admin, right, okay. You're right. Double check the creds in the linp's log. So, let's see. No, what is the directory again? Oh, it's var www, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, where is it? So it's admin rootable, db hosts 127.0.0.1. Access denied. Admin at localhost to database. Oh, that's the database name. Okay, so I need to change the... Okay, what's the name of the database? The database name is WordPress. Okay, we're now in this thing. So there's WordPress, there's information schema, there's performance schema. Use WordPress. Show tables. Select star from WP users. Okay, so we got Pressy and we got, oh no. We're gonna have to crack this hash or something, right? It's already 9 o'clock. It's hashcat time. Oh, jeez. So I'm going to make this nice and small so we can put everything on the same. So let's see. User activation. Man, this is still looks really bad. Okay, now it looks nice. So user pass is this. Activation key is this. Display name. Okay, so this is, well, I mean, we already know Pressy's password. Praying for you, it's only rock you. You know what? It shouldn't be that bad because this is supposed to be an easy machine. Okay, so what's the command? So let's see. John hashcat. I haven't used hashcat on this thing before. Put the hash here. Okay, there's the hash. You know what? Maybe we can do something like crack station. Nope. Okay. Hashcat. WordPress. Hash. Oh, okay, okay. Hashcat WordPress hash. How about John the Ripper WordPress hash? This is going to use bcrypt. Okay, let's ask the friendly AI. We want to use Hashcat or John to crack this hash from WordPress. Bcrypt sounds right for the database, or Blowfish. Identify the hash type. So this hash uses MD5 based, okay, older WordPress, modern. So this indicates that it is a portable PHP pass scheme. Install Hashcat, run Hashcat. Okay, let's give this a try. So echo hacker.hash. Path to word list, it's going to be user share word lists rocku.txt. Hope this works. Good luck, everybody. Okay, so we're just gonna leave this alone for right now. What else could we explore on the box? Oh, you know what? Users and usernames. You know what? Where were we? There is one other table I want to take a look at. So let's take a look at the user names table. Yeah, is this it? Is this it, buddy? Let's give this a try. Jeez. Okay, we're now this other user, and we can do cat and who am I. We can do cat and who am I with sudo. So we can cat sudo cat etc shadow. So there's a root password here. Yeah, so we can cat shadow. We got a user flag. I'm not going to read the user flag. Now it's time for Hashcat. Maybe now it's time. Okay. Let's grab this. So we're going to call this what is it? So echo this out to shadow And then I need to get the thing for the password file. Okay. Copy. You want a copy, Game Boy? Sure. Let me get that for you. Just a second. Just a second. Here you go if you want it. Can we just cat a new user with what? Can we just cat a new user into etc. password with root access? You know what? I think they found my secret technique of storing all my passwords in random SQL tables. I'm done. Yeah. Security by obscurity. I think that's it. So MC25, that is true. We could create a new user with root access, but I haven't done this in a while. I kind of want to try doing so unshadow. It's, let's see, password. Why did I save it as that? Okay, so we should have an unshadow file now. And we can run John the Ripper against this. So let's see, where's John? John the Ripper. Unshadow. I hope you don't... I hope you give me a command, because that'd be nice. Thank you!
This one's dedicated to all the hackers.
Alright, so let's catch up with chat. I have no idea. Are you on Linux? Yeah, we're using Linux right now, and we're just trying to finish off a little hacking exercise. So cracking passwords with John the Ripper. Combine Ubuntu man page. Combines password and shadow files. Alright, let's... I want to do this quickly. Let's just ask the AI. Using John the Ripper, how do we crack a unshadow file with Linux hashes? A bit of a jump scare. Just a bit. It's kind of loud. Okay, prepare the unshadow file. We've done that. Yes. Okay, so... crack with John the Ripper. Okay, let's try this. User share word lists. Rocky.txt. You know, I have no idea. It says I'm on Linux now. Awesome. Sigma says going for a long day today. It wasn't originally supposed to be a long day, but I decided to do an extra challenge, and this is what I get. So why? Yes, crypt is why? Wait, where is it? Okay, let me copy the hash. maybe what format of hash is this? Okay, so this is the YesCrypt hashing algorithm, okay? So format equals crypt, okay. Okay, it's running. Which distro are you on? We're using Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is the cybersecurity the cybersecurity tool distribution of Linux. It's just basically Ubuntu. Well, it's basically Debian Linux. It's Debian Linux with a bunch of security tools already installed on it. And yeah, that's the distribution we use. So Kali Linux is used mostly by people in the cybersecurity industry and people who want to have a Linux distribution with a bunch of hacking tools. YesCrypt is not easy to crack. It's not easy to crack. I guess, well, I mean, if this doesn't work, then we can always just do the shadow root user technique. But the good news is that we know we've got a way to get root access either way. In the meantime, let's see if we can... Let's see. I've got some notes about creating the shadow root user. Okay, so I think... Oh, you know what? I don't think we can use... Canada time is... No, that's not Canada time, because Canada has three time zones. I'm in the earliest time zone. I'm on West Coast time. My professor posted a CTF that I can't even access. Probably part of the CTF has got to figure out how to get the access. Maybe. Okay, where were we? Let me go ahead and switch up the music because it's getting a little repetitive. Baba is you. What else could we use the cat command to get? You know, the other funny thing is that we have sudo access with the whoami command. Can we use the whoami command to run system commands? I don't think we can. Whoami -- help. Nope. Who am I? Yeah, there's not much you can do with this. And the cat command can only read files. We can't use the cat command. Auto mod? Oh, okay. Let me sorry, let me approve your messages. There you go. MC25, thank you. Privileged read. We only have privileged read. We don't have privileged write. If we had privileged write, then we could. Oh, you know what? There's a possibility that there's an SSH key, right? So sudo cat root .sh/idrsa. No, doesn't exist. What else? What other super secret, super sensitive files could we try to give yourself rights? Don't think we can give ourselves rights with what we have right now. Okay, so this is not cracking. I guess we can give it Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, MC25. Yeah, we can use some expansion. Well, I mean, all we need to do is root is a directory. Okay, so like this. File redirection is handled by shell and not by the binary. Oh. No, that doesn't work because it's a directory. Still says it's a directory. That's unfortunate. Ask ChatGPT. We might ask ChatGPT if we run out of options. Okay, so still not cracking. This is probably the way we get the root password. This is probably the intended way. Defus says, can't you create a file with a shadow root user in it and a known password and then cat into etc shadow? I don't think we can write. We don't have write access. We only have read access. Mr. Poolshot says, how about cat new shadow root line with no pass into try the password 123. Try password 123. Okay, so sudo cat. Okay, we'll echo out something. Temp. In temp. Echo extra line. Into the Linux developer is now a HackerFrog. Thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. We'll give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
You don't need the root password. You can use cat to read the root flag. Is that what they want us to do? If that's what they want us to do, then it's kind of lame. So cat extra line into, I don't know, test.txt. So cat test.txt and redirect it into etc shadow. This isn't going to work. Yeah, because we don't have write permissions with shadow, with etc shadow. Let's see. P. Baldano says, you go to university or do you learn from the internet? I always use from the internet. Use sudo. Sudo cat. Still permission denied. Because sudo with cat only gives us privileged read. It doesn't give us privileged write. Didn't sudo the cat. Didn't sudo the cat. That sounds like something else is going on. Okay, so still haven't found anything. Try to copy. Copy. They probably just want you to read the root flag and call it a day. Okay, so I'm gonna. All right. Let's cat out the flag. Sudo cat root root.txt. What? I got trolled. Miss Your Tiered says hi. I have no idea. Says hi. Gretixu says bruh. Yeah, I got played. Pantester Network says ha ha ha. Well. But thanks for. What are some good tutorials to watch when it's time to practice how to do this kind of thing? Good materials to watch. I think the best thing to do is to just do a lot of challenges. So solve a lot of these boxes, and eventually you'll get a sense for what you're supposed to do. So the solution isn't to read the root.txt flag. The solution is not to ID RSA. Yeah, well, we've tried reading the SSH file. So sudo cat root SSH ID RSA. No such thing. You know what? How about the bash history? Bash underscore history. Nope, there's no bash history either. I feel like it's going to be a cat wildcard. I mean, what can we... Is this how what we're supposed to do? Actually, well, I mean, if this would work, if this works, then it would work with this, but it doesn't. Can't you just use who am I? Well, if we could use who am I, that would be great. Let's see. You need to do something like get into Secure Code Labs in order to learn it practically. So we're so hacking. Okay, I wish we were hacking right now. I wish we could just crack the root user's password, and then we would be finished. That'd be great. Yeah, the expansion doesn't work in this case, which kind of finish the day. You know, I should finish the day. Okay, so we got close. Maybe we'll finish cracking this after the stream is over. I wouldn't make an extra user messy. I don't think we can make an extra user because we only have privileged read access. We don't have write. If we had privileged write access, it would be... If we had privileged write access, then we could do it, but we only have privileged read. Anyways, let's... I guess we're gonna have to call it here, but let's see who's streaming right now. So infosecstreams.com. This is a fun place where we have all sorts of fun infosec people. We got Unhacker in Capital. I'd like to raid request a CloudSec Ninja. He's live now and stopped by earlier. Oh, okay. Let's raid a CloudSec Ninja. Let's what is their channel name? You could reboot into a root shell. Let's see. Game Boy asks, Monday you streaming? Yep. We'll be streaming on Monday. I just want to take a look at what a CloudSec Ninja's up to right now. And maybe I should take a look at who else is on Twitch. Okay, so we'll raid into a CloudSec Ninja. What are they doing right now? Cybersecurity, website work, business work, brainstorming ideas. Let's give them a raid. Okay, so when you raid in, if you could please give this this raid message: hip hop hack OS frog, like this. I would really appreciate it. Okay, so everybody's saying hi. We're finishing off our stream, and we'll be back in bots of hi. Are you all bots? If you're bots, let us know that you're bots. Okay, everybody have a great weekend. We'll be back on Monday, and until then, HackerFrogs out.